The self-imposed withdrawal of a part of God to enable the creation of the universe, as described by Isaac Luria. The Zenfandel wine. The adultery, fornication. Then alternative form of Zainab. Zenakantan, alternative spelling of Zinakantan. Zinakantan, a municipality municipio in Chiapas, Mexico, more fully San Lorenzo Zinakantan. Ineda, a transliteration of the Russian female given name Zei and Ai acute de as Neda. Enel, a village and former municipality in Valais Canton, Switzerland, now in Anneviers municipality. Zenalsai, a supposed zinc aluminium silicate mineral, not officially recognized. Zenalsites, plural of zenalsite. Zenar, a necklace with amulets used ceremonially by Hindus. Zenars, plural of Zenar. Zenbial algebra, the Casul dual concept to a Leibniz algebra. Zenbial algebras, plural of Zenbial algebra. Good. A chemical element symbol Zn with an atomic number of 30, a blue silvery metal that is slightly brittle at room temperature and tarnishes slightly in moist air. Zinc acexamate, a particular drug used for the treatment of gastric and peptic ulcers. Zinc bloom, hydrous carbonate of zinc, usually occurring in white earthy incrustations, hydrazine. Zinc blooms, plural of zinc bloom. Zinc carbonate, ZnCO3, mineral ore of zinc. Zinc carbonates, plural of zinc carbonate. Zinc chloride, the zinc salt of hydrochloric acid ZnCl2, a white crystalline solid with a number of industrial applications. Zinc finger, a structure characterized by the coordination of one or more zinc ions found in some proteins that typically binds to specific sequences of DNA and regulates genes. Zinc fingers, plural of zinc finger. Zinc green, a green pigment consisting of zinc and cobalt oxides. Zinc greens, plural of zinc green. Zinc group, group 12 of the periodic table, comprising zinc, cadmium, mercury, and copernicium. Zinc oxide, an amorphous solid, ZNO, white when pure but often pale yellow, used in pigments and cosmetics. Zinc protoporphyrin, a coordination complex of zinc and protoporphyrin Roman 9. Zinc pyrithione, a coordination complex of zinc, zinc sulfate, alternative form of zinc sulfate. Zinc sulfate, an inorganic compound with the chemical formula ZnSO4. Zinc white, a form of zinc oxide powder used as an artist's pigment. Zinc bearing, alternative form of zinc bearing. Zinc carbon batteries, plural of zinc carbon battery. Zinc carbon battery, synonym of dry cell battery. Zincemia, alternative form of zincemia. Zincali, the gypsies of Spain. Zincolism. Zinc poisoning. Zincolo, ijetsate. Zincaluminite, a hexagonal mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Zinking, zinc chloride. Zincate, any salt formerly derived from zinc oxide or hydroxide by combination with a more electropositive element. Zincates, plural of zincate. Zincation, any metallation reaction involving zinc atoms. Zincations, plural of zincation. Zinkern and Zephyrus. Zinkbond, sphalerite. Zinc bonds, plural of zinc bond. Amis, simple past and past participle of zinc. Then semia, the presence of zinc in the blood. Then surgic, activated by zinc ions. Zinc artralite, a triclinic pinacoidal greenish-yellow mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, iron, lead, oxygen, and zinc. Then gym, containing zinc. Then sic, containing, resembling, or pertaining to zinc. Then sit, any binary compound of zinc. Then sits, plural of zincid. And Zephyrus, containing or producing zinc. Zincification, the act or process of zincifying. Zincify, simple past and past participle of zincify. Zincefies, third person singular simple present indicative of zincify. Zincify, to coat or impregnate with zinc. Zincifying, present participle and gerund of zincify. Zensin, any of a group of metal proteases containing a zinc atom. Zincing, present participle and gerund of zinc. Zensins, plural of zinsin. Zenzais, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of zincise. Zenzais, simple past and past participle of zincise. Zendaias, third person singular simple present indicative of zincise. Zincising, present participle and gerund of zincise. Zincite, a yellow, orange, or dark red mineral form of zinc oxide, often also containing small amounts of manganese, with a chemical formula ZnMn2O, an important ore of zinc. Zenzites, plural of zincite. Zenzais, to galvanize with zinc. Zenzais, simple past and past participle of zincise. Zendaias, third person singular simple present indicative of zincide. Zenzizing, present participle and gerund of zincise. Vic, a surname. Vic, a surname. Zinc aldehyde, a 5-aminopentose 2,4-dinyl, the product of the reaction of a pyridinium salt with two equivalents of any secondary amine, followed by basic hydrolysis. Zinc aldehydes, plural of zinc aldehyde. Zinc nitration, a nitration reaction in which a bromine is replaced by a nitro group on an electron-rich aryl compound such as a phenol or cresol. Zinc nitrations, plural of zinc nitration. Zinc reaction, a chemical reaction in which a pyridine is transformed into a pyridinium salt by reaction with 2,4-dinitrochlorobenzene and a primary amine. Zinc reactions, plural of zinc reaction. Zinc-Sill reaction, a special case of Friedel-Crafts alkylation in which the reduction of the phenyl ring leads to a higher energy final product that can be used as starting material in the dinyl-benzene rearrangement among other reactions. Next, simple past and past participle of zinc. Zinkenite, a sulfosalt mineral containing lead and antimony. Thanks, plural of zinc. Dingiferous, alternative spelling of zinciferous. Thinking, present participle and gerund of zinc. Thanks, plural of zinc. Dengi, alternative form of Zinci. Zenquas, without zinc. Zinclops combite, a dark green to brown zinc iron phosphate mineral with the formula ZnF3POOH. Zinco, a line or halftone block etched on zinc plate, used in incography. Zinco, containing or combined with or using zinc. Zincabit eoten, a soft hydrous sulfate mineral that forms bright orange-red monoclinic prismatic crystals with a vitreous to greasy luster. Zinca calcite, a mineral with chemical formula KZnCO3. Zincochromite, a mineral, the zinc analog of chromite. Zincochromites, plural of zincochromite. Zencote, the positive electrode of an electrolytic cell, the anode. Zencote, plural of zincode. Zincograph, an engraved zinc plate used in zincography. Zincographer, a practitioner of zincography. Zincographers, plural of zincographer. Zincographic, of or pertaining to zincography. Zincographical, of or pertaining to zincography. Zincographist, a zincographer. Zincographist, plural of zincographist. Zincographs, plural of zincograph. Zincography, a lithographic method of producing engravings using zinc plates. Zagtud, of pertaining to or resembling zinc. Zinc alive tonight, a green mineral containing zinc, copper, phosphorus, hydrogen, and oxygen. Zinc alive night, a mineral species of the elevenite group Cusietazoo. Zincalm, a Lincoln sense produced after 1982, made from copper-plated zinc rather than its earlier composition of 95% copper. Zincons, plural of zincon. Zincolysis, archaic electrolysis. Zincolite, archaic electrolyte. Zincolites, plural of zincolite. Zinc or hodocrosite, a zinciferous variety of rhodocrosite. Zincos, plural of zinco. Zincosilicate, a mixed zincate and silicate. Zincosilicates, plural of zincosilicate. Zincosome, a cellular organelle in which zinc is stored. Zincosomes, plural of zincosome. Zincospherophyte, a monoclinic prismatic gray mineral containing oxygen, tellurium, and zinc. Zincostorolite, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, lithium, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, titanium, and zinc. Zincotype, a photographic print produced by coating zinc with bitumen, gelatin, etc. and exposing it under a negative. Zincotypes, plural of zincotype. Vengus, of pertaining to or containing zinc. Zincovoltate, an isometric hexacohedral mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, potassium, sulfur, and zinc. Zincoedwardite, a soft bluish mineral comprising mostly zinc and oxygen. Zincosacite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing carbon, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and zinc. Zincroslite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and zinc. Zincs, plural of zinc. Zincsolite, a mineral containing zinc and silicon. Zincspe, a person who makes things with zinc. Zincsmiths, plural of zincsmith. Then come the incuria. The normal or abnormal presence of zinc ions in the urine. Zinkware, articles made from zinc. Zinkwares, plural of zinkware. Zinkwerk, metalwork done in zinc. Zinkworker, one who works with the zinc. Zinkworkers, plural of zinkworker. Zinkworks, a factory where zinc is processed. Denze, containing zinc. Dende, a surname. Zendabai, walleye. Zenden, an improvised prison cell consisting of a hole in the ground covered with a metal grill or grate. Indent, plural of zinden. Zinda, plural of zinda. Zindiq, alternative form of zindic. Indiques, plural of zindiq. Zinda, a surname. Zinder, second largest city in Niger, locally called Damagara. Zendik, alternative spelling of zindic. Zendex, plural of zindic. Zendik, in medieval times, a person whose views or practices were considered contrary to Islamic dogma, a heretic or unbeliever, or one who practiced heretical magic. Zindex, plural of zindic. Zendatrine, a particular bronchodilator. Zindoxifene, a particular anti-estrogen drug. A low circulation, non-commercial publication of original or appropriated texts and images, especially one of minority interest. Dino, an organic fungicide and insecticide sprayed on cereal grasses, fruit trees, etc. Dinodes, plural of Zyno. Dynfin, a science fiction fan primarily interested in fanzines. Dynfins, plural of Zynfin. Dynfin, plural of Zynfin. Dynfis, a public event where the publishers of zines can promote and distribute them. Dynfists, plural of Zynfist. Dynfit, fan fiction published in a print zine. Dynamite, resembling or characteristic of a zine. Diner, one who publishes or contributes to a zine. Diners, plural of ziner. Dines, plural of zine. Dinester, one who compiles and publishes a zine. Dinsters, plural of zinester. Zinfandel, a dry red wine of California. Zinfandels, plural of Zinfandel. A witty insult or derogatory remark. Zingmail, a surname from Italian. Zingmails, plural of Zingale. Zingana, alternative form of Zingara. Zinganas, plural of Zingana. Zingani, plural of Zingano. Zingano, alternative form of Zingaro. Zinganos, plural of Zingano. Zingara, a female Zingaro. Zingaras, plural of Zingara. Zinder, plural of Zingara. Zingaska, a gypsy melody. Zingaskas, plural of Zingarska. Zingari, plural of Zingaro. Zingaro, I gypsy. Zingaros, plural of Zingaro. Then, simple past and past participle of zing. Zenjao, a fish of the perch family, found in the Danube. Zenjals, plural of zinjal. Zenger, a piece of food or drink that is tart and stimulating. Zingerone, a crystalline solid organic compound that gives ginger its pungent taste. Zingerones, plural of zingerone. Zengers, plural of zinger. Zingiber, any member of the genus Zingiber of gingers. Zingiberaceous, Zinziberaceous. Zingiberan, a monocyclic sesquiterpene, the predominant constituent of the oil of ginger. Zingiberinin, a particular steroid glycoside. Zingiberine, a monocyclic sesquiterpene, the predominant constituent of oil of zingiber. Zingiberoid, relating to zingiber. Zingiberoids, plural of zingiberoid. Zingiberol, a sesquiterpene alcohol with chemical formula CHO having a ginger-like aroma. Zingiberoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Zingibers, plural of zingiber. The comparative form of zangy, more zangy. A superlative form of zangy, most zangy. Zangily, in a zangy way, then in that. The quality of being zangy. Zitting, present participle and gerund of zing. Denningly, while zinging, or as if making a zinging sound. Dingies, rare form of Genghis. Dingies Khan, rare form of Genghis Khan. Thenless, lacking zest or vitality. Dies, plural of zing. Zitty, full of zest. Alternative form of zanj. Vik, a surname. Vik, a surname from German. Vik, simple past and past participle of zinc. Vincanite, a gray mineral with hexagonal crystals, Pb9 SBS. Zincanite, plural of zincanite. Thanks, plural of zinc. Dingiferous, alternative spelling of zinciferous. Tinkin, present participle and gerund of zinc. Venkist, a person who plays the zinc cornet. Venkists, plural of zinkist. Venku, a city in Poltava Oblast, Ukraine. Thanks, plural of zinc. Zenki, alternative form of Zinsi. A surname from German. Zins membrane, the ciliary Rizzano. Zins membranes, plural of Zins membrane. Ure, a female given name from English from the flower. Thenian, of or pertaining to Howard Zinn 1922-2010, American historian, playwright, philosopher, and socialist thinker. Zenias, plural of Zinnia. Zinwaldite, a mineral with monoclinic crystals K, Li, Fe, 2Al-alcyo-FO of the mica group. Zinwaldites, plural of Zinwaldite. Zano, the super partner of the Z boson. Xenos petrel, the Madeira petrel, Pterodroma madeira, an endangered species of gadfly petrel endemic to the island of Madeira, Portugal. Xenos petrels, plural of Xenos petrel. Zenobian, a village in Cuverley Municipality, Kakheti, Georgia. Xenoconazole, an antibiotic drug. The nomen. A surname. Dinos, plural of xeno. Xenostatin, a particular antineoplastic drug. Xenovivism, the philosophy and politics espoused by Grigory Zinoviev. Zenovivsk, former name of Kropivnitsky. That plural of Zen. Ensor, a surname. Ensors, plural of Zinser. Ensor, a surname from German. Zinser-Kolling-Mann syndrome. Dyskeratosis congenita. Ensors, plural of Zinser. Zinterol, a particular beta-adrenergic agonist. Zindiroxine, an isomer of enviroxine. Zidiana, Napier grass. Then a Bantu language of Tanzania. Zingiberraceous, belonging to or resembling the ginger family, the Zingiberaceae. The Zionist, Jewish. Zeo-Christian, of or pertaining to Christian Zionism. Zeo-Christians, plural of Zeo-Christian. Zeonazi, alternative form of Zionazi. Zeonazis, plural of Zeonazi. Zera, a surname from Polish. Zeras, plural of Zabro. Zakistan, a Christian Zionist. Zakistans, plural of Zakistan. Zeoklam, alternative form of Ziaklam. Zaklam, alternative form of Ziaklam. Zeoclowns, plural of Zeoclown. Zakclowns, plural of Ziak. Clown. Zraken, a neoconservative Zionist. Zakans, plural of Ziaken. Zaphaism, an authoritarian or totalitarian form of Zionism. Zaphaists, a proponent of Ziafascism. Zaphaists, plural of Ziafascists. Zao-Jew, a Jewish Zionist. Zeo-Jews, plural of Zeo-Jew. Zeo, a surname from Polish. Delkaski, a surname from Polish. Delkaskis, plural of Ziolkowski. Ziolkowski, a surname. Hello, a surname from Polish. Hellos, plural of Zielo. Zoomedia, a form of journalism that is slanted towards a Jewish or Israeli point of view. Zoe, a surname from Polish. Zomex, plural of Ziomek. Zion, a hill in Jerusalem, Israel, on which ancient Jerusalem was partly built, a centerpiece to biblical accounts of old days and future eschatological events. Zion Curtain, a barrier required by Utah state law until July 2017 to hide areas where alcohol was prepared from restaurant patrons. Zion Curtains, plural of Zion Curtain. Zion Don, Donald Trump. Ionadi, a Zionist with Nazi-like tendencies. Ionides, plural of Zionazi. Zionism, Zionism viewed as being totalitarian, expansionist, supremacist, and racist towards Palestinians. Lion Shack, a card game, a variant of Rummy. Zionification, Zionization. Zionify, Simple past and past participle of Zionify. Dianify. Third person singular simple present indicative of Zionify. Zionify. To increase the Zionistic nature of. Zionifying. Present participle and gerund of Zionify. Zionization. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of Zionization. Zionize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of Zionize. Zionize. Past participle of Zionize. Zionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Zionize. Zionizing. Present participle and gerund of Zionize. Zionism. Jewish nationalism, the movement which supported first the re-establishment of a Jewish homeland and now supports the continuation of a Jewish state in Israel. Zionisms. Plural of Zionism. Zionist. An advocate of Zionism. Zionist entity. Israel viewed by Palestinians and their supporters as an illegitimate regime ruled by Zionists. Zionist occupation government. A government of a Western state secretly or openly controlled by Zionists or Zionist interests such as AIPAC. Zionist occupation governments. Plural of Zionist occupation government. Zionistan. The state of Israel viewed as Zionist. Zionistic. Of or pertaining to Zionism. Zionistical. Of or relating to Zionism. Zionistically. In the context of Zionism. Zionists. Plural of Zionists. Zii. A member of any of various Protestant Christian religious sects, the most notable of which were the Zionites of Wuppertal and the Christ Community, Church of Zion, Illinois. Zionites. Plural of Zionite. Zionization. The act or process of Zionizing. Zionize. To make something Zionist or more Zionist. Zionize. Past participle of Zionize. Zionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Zionize. Zionizing. Present participle and gerund of Zionize. Ziomus. Without Zion. Zions. Plural of Zion. Zionward. Alternative form of Zionwards. Zionwards. Towards Zion. Zeopay. Alternative letter case form of Ziapic. Ziapi. Alternative letter case form of Ziapic. Zeopags. Plural of Zeopay. Ziapes. Plural of Ziape. Yes. Plural of Zeo. Zedin is Zionist. Zeds. Plural of Zeatard. Zeoter. Alternative letter case form of Zeater. Zedek is Zionist. Zeoterids. Plural of Zeoturd. Zeaters. Plural of Zeatard. A department of Nauri, Burkina Faso. A zip code. A Sicilian or Italian mafioso who is relatively new to the United States. Zip bomb. A malicious zip file designed to produce a very large output and consume a great deal of processing resources during decompression. Zip bombs. Plural of zip bomb. Zip code. Uncommon form of zip code. ZIP code. Alternative form of zip code. Zip code. Alternative form of ZIP code. Zip code. Alternative form of ZAP code. ZEP coded. Simple past and past participle of zip code. ZIP codes. Plural of ZIP code. ZIP codes. Plural of ZIP code. ZEP codes. Plural of zip code. ZEP coding. Present participle and gerund of zip code. Zepcoon. A minstrel show character stereotypically depicted as an unintelligent black man incapable of assimilating into white American society. Zepcoon. A black man. Zepcoons. Plural of zipcoon. Zepcoons. Plural of zipcoon. Zipcuffs. Disposable handcuffs made from plastic straps. Zep disc. A disc of the kind that can be read and written by a zip drive. Zep discs. Plural of zip disk. Zep down. To unzip. Zep drive. A storage device similar to a floppy disk drive but using disks with a much larger capacity, 100, 250, or 750 MB, compared to a normal floppy disk capacity of 1.44 MB. Zep drives, plural of zip drive. Zep fastener. A fastener used in clothing, bags, etc., comprised of two rows of teeth that are made to fit into each other by moving a slider along their length and open again by moving the slider in the other direction. Zep fasteners, plural of zip fastener. Zip file, a computer file containing the zipped compressed contents of one or more files, a kind of compressed archive. Zip files, plural of zip file. Zip gun, a crude homemade weapon that fires a projectile. Zip guns, plural of zip gun. Zepit, alternative form of zip one's lip. Zip line, alternative form of zip line. Zip liner, alternative form of zip liner. Zip liners, plural of zip liner. Zip lines, plural of zip line. Zip of dad, synonym of zip bomb. Zip of dax, plural of zip of dad. Zip one's lip, to refrain from or to stop talking, to be quiet, shut up. Zip the lip, alternative form of zip one's lip. Zip tie, synonym of cable tie. Zip tie, simple past and past participle of zip tie. Zip ties, plural of zip tie. Zip tying, present participle and gerund of zip tie. Zip up, to close with a zip fastener. Zip up one's lip, alternative form of zip one's lip. Zip wire, alternative spelling of zip wire. Zip wires, plural of zip wire. Tepidee-doo-da, an exclamation of happiness. Zip-a-tone, screen tone. Zip-coon, alternative form of zip coon. Zip-coons, plural of zip-coon. Zip front, of the garment worn on the upper body, fastened by a zip fastener that runs the full length of the garment. Zip line, alternative form of zip line. Zip liner, alternative form of zip liner. Zip liners, plural of zip liner. Zip lines, plural of zip line. Zip off pants, synonym of convertible pants. Zip tie, alternative form of zip tie. Zip tie, simple past and past participle of zip tie. Zip ties, plural of zip tie. Zip tying, present participle and gerund of zip tie. Zippa, fastened by means of a zip. Zip wire, synonym of zip line. Zip wires, plural of zip wire. A ruler in the southern area of Muisca. Zipaquara, a municipality and city of Colombia in the department of Cundinamarca. That is, plural of zipa. Zipbomb, alternative form of zip bomb. Zipbombs, plural of zip bomb. Zip code, alternative spelling of zip code. Zip coded, marked with a zip code. Zip codes, plural of zip code. Zip codes, alternative form of zip cuts. Zatprol, a centrally acting cough suppressant which acts as a local anesthetic and may also have mucolytic, antihistamine-like, and anticholinergic properties. Dipes, a surname. Lef, a surname from German. Dipes law, the fact that many types of data studied in the physical and social sciences can be approximated with a Zipfian distribution. Zepfel, a surname from German. Zepfels, plural of Zipfel. Upham, of or relating to George Kingsley Zipf, 1900–1950, American linguist who studied statistical occurrences in different languages and proposed the Zipfian distribution, codified as Zipf's law, one of a family of discrete power law probability distributions. Zipfian distribution, a discrete probability distribution whose rank frequency distribution is an inverse power law relation. Zipfian distributions, plural of Zipfian distribution. Zipper, an improvised single-shot pistol-sized weapon that uses a spring or elastic to propel a bullet to its target. Zipbent, plural of zipben. Devin, a silly or dumb person. Devet, plural of ziffet. Dedet, the spelling of ziffayed. Devet, plural of ziffet. Diddy, of pertaining to or being a beaked whale. Eddy, plural of ziffet. Diddy, any of the beaked whales of the subfamilies Ziphini, including the extant shepherd's beaked whale Tesvizatus jefferdi, Cavius beaked whale Ziphius caviostus, and other extinct species. Idai, obsolete form of Ziphia. Idai, plural of Ziphioi. Evisternum, alternative form of Ziphisternum. Diffodont, laterally compressed, sharp, and with serrated edges. Diffodonts, plural of Ziphodont. Dithosacian, any mesoacrocodilian crocodiliform of the taxon Ziphosuchia. Ziphosacians, plural of Ziphosuchian. Vepkin, a surname from Yiddish. Epkind, plural of Zipkin. Zeplas, without a zip fastener. Zeplessness, lack of complications and hindrances. Zeplike, zipperlike. Zipline, a pulley suspended on a cable mounted on an incline, designed to enable a user to travel from one point to another by means of gravity. Zipline, simple past and past participle of zipline. Zipliner, someone who takes part in ziplining. Zipliners, plural of zipliner. Ziplines, plural of zipline. Ziplining, the recreational activity of traveling on ziplines. Zevlak, any of a range of disposable, resealable storage bags that are fastened by a pair of interlocking plastic flanges. Ziploc, alternative form of Ziploc. Ziplocked, tightly sealed in or as if in a Ziploc bag. Ziplocking, fastening in the manner of a Ziploc bag. Ziplocs, plural of Ziploc. Ziplocs, plural of Ziploc. Zippola, nothing at all, zip, zilch. The initialism of zigzag inline pin package. A surname. Zepahol, capable of being fastened with a zip. That's simple past and past participle of zip. Zipped down. Simple past and past participle of zip down. Zipped. Simple past and past participle of zip it. Zipped one's lip. Simple past and past participle of zip one's lip. Zipped up. Simple past and past participle of zip up. Zipped up. Of clothing, a bag, etc. with the zipper or zippers done up. Zepate, a hydrous potassium uranium sulfate mineral with chemical formula KuSO4H2O, forming yellow to reddish brown monoclinic prismatic crystals with perfect cleavage and formerly used in the manufacture of paint. Zipper, a zip fastener. Zipper down, synonym of zip down. Zipper lane, a temporary highway lane usually demarcated with traffic cones on the opposite side wherein vehicles going forward can bypass traffic, thereby making vehicles counterflow on the opposite side. Zipper lanes, plural of zipper lane. Zipper machine, a heavy vehicle used to transfer concrete lane dividers on a roadway. Zipper machines, plural of zipper machine. Zipper merge, a convention for merging traffic into a reduced number of lanes, where drivers use both lanes to advance to the lane reduction point and merge at that location, alternating turns. Zipper merge, simple past and past participle of zipper merge. Zipper merges, plural of zipper merge. Zipper merging, present participle and gerund of zipper merge. Zipper sex, any sexual act that does not require the removal of any clothes. Zipper spider, a spider of the genus Argiope. Zipper spiders, plural of zipper spider. Zipper up, synonym of zip up. Zipper, simple past and past participle of zipper. Zippered down, simple past and past participle of zipper down. Zippered up, simple past and past participle of zipper up. Zipperer, a surname. Zipperers, plural of zipperer. Zippergate, the Monica Lewinsky scandal. Zipperhead, a soldier in the Royal Canadian Armoured Corps or in the Armoured Crewman military trade. Zipperheads, plural of zipperhead. Zippering, present participle and gerund of zipper. Zippering down, present participle and gerund of zipper down. Zippering up, present participle and gerund of zipper up. Zipperless, without a zip fastener. Zipperlike, resembling or characteristic of a zipper. Zippers, plural of zipper. Zippers down, third person singular simple present indicative of zipper down. Zippers up, third person singular simple present indicative of zipper up. Zipper sacks, alternative spelling of zipper sex. comparative form of zippy, more sippy. Ere, superlative form of zippy, most sippy. Therefore, in a sippy manner. Happiness, the quality of being zippy. Deving, present participle and gerund of zip. Zipping down. Present participle and gerund of zip down. Zipping it. Present participle and gerund of zip it. Zipping one's lip. Present participle and gerund of zip one's lip. Zipping up. Present participle and gerund of zip up. Zippingly, with rapid motion. Zeppo, a reusable lighter. Zeppot, simple past and past participle of zippo. Zeppoing, present participle and gerund of zippo. Ipola, alternate. The form of Zippola. Zeppor, the wife of Moses. Zeppos, plural of Zippo. The plural of zip. Oops, plural of zip. Zip, energetic and lively. Zipra, acronym of Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army. Ziprasidone, an antipsychotic drug used in the treatment of schizophrenia, etc. Plural of ZIP. Oops, a region of northeastern Slovakia, Spish region. Zips down, third person singular simple present indicative of zip down. That's it. Third person singular simple present indicative of zip it. Zips one's lip, third person singular simple present indicative of zip one's lip. Zips up, third person singular simple present indicative of zip up. Zephyr, a member of the Germanic-speaking ethnic group which developed in the Zips region of Upper Hungary, now Slovakia, beginning in the 13th century, and subsequently settled also in northern Romani, Bukovina, Maramures, Transylvania, and ultimately Germany. Zipser German, synonym of Zipser. Zipser Germans, plural of Zipser German. Zippers, plural of Zipser. Zipfi, alternative form of zip tie. Zipki, simple past and past participle of zipki. Zipkis, plural of zipki. Zepthot, fastened by a zipper at the top. Zephi, present participle and gerund of zipti. Zepway, a high-speed elevator, corridor, or similar transit route. Zepways, plural of zipway. Zepwire, alternative form of zipwire. Zipwires, plural of zipwire. Zipwiring, present participle and gerund of zipwire. Zipwarat, alternative spelling of ziggurat. Zipwarats, plural of zipwarat. Zipwarat, alternative spelling of ziggurat. Zipwarats, plural of zipwarat. Tur, a large clay jug for storing water, common in Egypt and the Sudan since ancient times. Nera, a female given name. Zura, a member of the tribal confederation of Durrani Abdali Pashtuns. Zurax, plural of Zurak. Zurali, a joyful chant uttered by a group of women in Muslim countries. Zeralites, plural of Zuralit. Zura, a zinc salt C6HN2S4ZN used as a fungicide. Zerbat, the various countries located eastward of India. Zerbaja, a Persian stew popular around the early 2nd millennium. Zerbanet, Alternative form of sarpenate. Zircaloy. Alternative form of zircaloy. Zircaloys. Plural of zircaloy. Zircaloy. Any of a set of specialist alloys of zirconium. Zircaloys. Plural of zircaloy. Dursite. A battley zircon mixture. Zirco. Zirconium. Zircofluoride. A double fluoride of zirconium and hydrogen or some other positive element or radical. Zircofluorides. Plural of zircofluoride. Zircaloy. 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 An alloy of zirconium with tin, chromium, and nickel, widely used, especially in the nuclear power industry, for its heat and corrosion-resistant properties. Zircon. A mineral occurring in tetragonal crystals, usually of a brown or gray color and consisting of silica and zirconia. Zircon light. A light produced by incandescent zirconia. Zircon lights. Plural of zircon light. Zircona. Zirconia. Zirconium oxide. Zirconate. Any salt of zirconic acid. Zirconated. Having undergone zirconation. Zirconates. Plural of zirconate. Zirconation. Treatment or reaction with zirconia or any zirconium compound. Zirconations. Plural of zirconation. Zirconia. The oxide of zirconium, obtained as a white powder and possessing both acid and basic properties on account of its infusibility and brilliant luminosity. When incandescent, it is used as an ingredient of sticks for the Drummond light. Zirconium. Containing zirconium. Zirconias. Plural of zirconia. Zirconiate. To treat or coat with zirconium. Zirconiated. Simple past and past participle of zirconiate. Zirconiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of zirconiate. Zirconiating. Present participle and gerund of zirconiate. Zirconic. Pertaining to or composed of zirconium or zircons. Zirconic acid. An acid of zirconium analogous to carbonic acid and silicic acid, known only in its salts, the zirconates. Zirconide. Any binary compound of zirconium. Zirconides. Plural of zirconide. Zirconiferous. Containing or producing zircon. Zirconifluoride. Any compound containing the radical ZrF6. Zirconifluorides. Plural of zirconifluoride. Zirconite. A light brown variety of zircon. Zirconites. Plural of zirconite. Zirconium. A chemical element symbol Zr with an atomic number of 40. A strong, lustrous, gray-white transition metal mainly used as a refractory and opposifier. Zirconium dioxide. An oxide compound of zirconium with the chemical formula ZrO2. Zirconium nitride. An inorganic salt of zirconium with the chemical formula ZrNO. Zirconiums. Plural of zirconium. Zirconocene. Any of a class of metallocene analogous to ferrocene containing a zirconium atom. Zirconocenes. Plural of zirconocene. Zirconofluoride. Alternative form of zirconifluoride. Zirconofluorides. Plural of zirconofluoride. Zirconoid. A double eight-sided pyramid, a form common with tetragonal crystals. Zirconoid. Plural of zirconoid. Zirconalite. The mineral calcium zirconium titanate. Zirconalites. plural of zirconalite. Zircons, plural of zircon. Zirconyl, the oxygenated cation of zirconium ZrO2. Zirconyls, plural of zirconyl. Zircophyllite, a complex mineral with a chemical formula K0NbCl2NBC8OHF. Zircophyllites, plural of zircophylite. Zircosulfate, a soft mineral containing zirconium, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Zyosavir, the antiviral drug N3-minuxetin, 3-il metal 2,1,1-dioxyl 3,5-hydro-2H 1-lambda-6,4-benzothiazepine 4-il-6-methylquinazolin 4-amine. Variant, alternative form of Xyrian. Durinan, alternative form of Xyrian. Therinians, plural of Xyrianian. Therians, plural of Xyrian. Xericum, the Tricordia dodecandra, or its wood. Zerif, a member of a Senhaja Berber dynasty from what is now Algeria, that ruled the central Maghreb from 972 to 1014, and Ifriqiya eastern Maghreb from 972 to 1148. There it is, plural of Zirid. Virid, a surname. Zircolite, an isometric oxide mineral with the chemical formula KTHCZrTiNB07. Zircolites, plural of zircolite. Zircite, alternative form of zirsite. Zircol, a surname. Zirchlorite, a trigonal mineral containing aluminum, chlorine, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, and oxygen. Zircals, plural of zircol. Initialism of zero interest rate policy. Alternative letter case form of ZERP zero interest rate policy. Plural of ZERP. ZERPs, plural of ZERP. Plural of ZER. The South. ZER, the gender-neutral object of a verb or preposition that also appears as the subject. There's Elves, the reflexive case of ZERself. The third-person plural personal pronoun. Zersolite, a brittle cream-colored complex mineral. Zercinolite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing calcium, iron, manganese, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and zirconium. Ziriad, alternative form of Xyrian. That's pronunciation. Spelling of this. Iter, synonym of lobster-tailed pot. Theverdis, plural of Zische. Zeschkowitz, a village in Goethe, Botzen district, Saxony, Germany. Lida, a mixture of kaolin, quartz, and mica, with a high content of iron oxide used in making yixing ware. That is, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Zidita Sigma to Sigma Zisses. That is, a surname from Greek. Gamble. Whatever red sandalwood tree Pterocarpus santalinus. Alternative form of such. Sitcom, a sitcom aimed at a teen audience or revolving around teen characters. Zitcoms, plural of zitcom. Alternative spelling of CD. Etes, a person with zits on the face. Etes, having zits on the face. Zeteses, plural of zitface. Zither, a musical instrument consisting of a flat sounding box with numerous strings placed on a horizontal surface, played with a plectrum or fingertips. Zither, simple past and past participle of zither. Zithering, present participle and gerund of zither. Vivarist, someone who plays the zither. Vivarist, plural of zitherist. Zither-like, resembling a zither. Zither, a zither. Zithers, plural of zither. Zithers, plural of zither. Zitherwood, any of various plants of the genus Zitherxylum. Zitherwoods, plural of zitherwood. Eddy, a type of macaroni pasta in the form of long, smooth, hollow tubes. Nidus, plural of ziti. Zitkamer, sitting room. Zitkamers, plural of zitkamer. Zetless, without debts. Tito, a surname from Italian. Ziton, alternative spelling of Zitoni. Zitoni, a whiter form of ziti pasta. Zitos, plural of zito. That's plural of zit. Zitzau, someone characterized by having zits. Zittau, a city in Germany close to Polish and Czech border. Zetovai, a lustrous variety of lignite. Zetterbuegang, an extremely fast oscillation of free electrons and other particles predicted by some solutions of the Dirac equation. Zetter, alternative form of cittern. Zitterns, plural of zittern. The comparative form of city, more city. It is superlative form of city, most city. Zed, a surname from German. Sitting Cisticola, a passerine bird of species Cisticola gensites, family Cisticolidae, distributed across Africa, Eurasia, and Australasia. Sitting Cisticolas, plural of zitting Cisticola. Evings, plural of zitting. Ed, characterized by zits, pimply. Havana, alternative form of Zivania. Zivania, a traditional Cypriot alcoholic beverage made from grape pomace and wine. Alternative form of Psy. Ives, plural of Zive. A surname. Yai, a prefecture-level city of Sichuan, China. Era, alternative form of Ziara pilgrimage. Ziaras, plural of Ziara. Ziarat, alternative form of Ziarat. Ziarats, plural of Ziarat. Ziyue, Academy of Guilin, Gizu, China. Ziyat, a Mayo and Baye autonomous county in Anshan, Gizu, China. That, a giant bird resembling a griffin in Jewish mythology. Didin, a tricyclic sesquiterpene found in vetiver oil from Chrysopogon zizanioids, sin veterias zizanioides. Illimer, any of several aquatic North American grasses of the genus Zizania, grown for their edible grain, wild rice. Villanas, plural of zizania. Zizanoic acid, synonym of cusenic acid. Devany, Villana, Azetian, a work pertaining to Slavoj Žižek, born 1949, Slovenian continental philosopher and critical theorist. Vidal, Veselak, Vels, plural of Zizel. Evai, a county of Nijiang, Sichuan, China. Zeyo, Academy of Yulin, Shaanxi, China. This Livakin. A Chadic language spoken in parts of Cameroon and Nigeria. Dirabe. A triterpene glycoside which exhibits taste-modifying properties, isolated from the leaves of Ziziphus jujuba. Alternative form of tsitse. Alternative form of tzitze. That plural of zizit. Jeha. A district mainly in the Prague 3 municipality of Prague, Czech Republic. That a nap or sleep. That simple past and past participle of ziz. That plural of ziz. That present participle and gerund of ziz. That synonym of sizzle. That simple past and past participle of zizzle. That third person singular simple present indicative of zizzle. Yelling. Present participle and gerund of zizzle. A surname from Italian. Eras plural of zizzo. It zazzy, flashy, eye-catching. DKL. English rendering of a Hebrew posthumous honorific applied to martyrs. DKP. Initialism of zero knowledge proof. DKP. Plural of ZKP. AL. Abbreviation of Zloti. Zelator. A town in Croatia. Zelator Bistrica. A municipality of Croatia. Zelatka. A transliteration of the Macedonian female given name Zel-El-At-Teka Zelaka. Zelatko. A transliteration of the Macedonian male given name Zel-El-At-Teka or Zelatko. Zelatna. A town in Alba County, Romania. Zelatagorite. A silvery white mineral containing copper, nickel, and antimony. Zelatomer. A male given name from the Slavic languages. Zelatoslav. A male given name from the Slavic languages. Zelataus. A city in Chelyabinsk Oblast, Russia. Zealot. An oath expressing fury, surprise, etc. Zelen. A city in southeastern Moravia, Czech Republic, on the Drevnis River. Ayala. Initialism of zero-length launch. Zela. A surname. Zelas. Plural of Zela. Ut. Plural of Zloti. Elodis. Plural of Zloti. Slotogorogor syndrome. Synonym of Rosella-Guglielminetti syndrome. Elodi, the currency unit of Poland, divided into 100 grossi. Eladish, plural of Zloti. Elodis, plural of Zloti. Deale, ellipsis of ZLR camera. Deale, plural of ZLR. ALS. Initialism of Zimmermann-Laban syndrome. ALS. Plural of ZAL. Zmagislav. A male given name from the Slavic languages. C with dot above Migrad. A town in Lower Silesian Voivodeship, southwest Poland. In a alternative form of Snake Island. Ingealen. Snake Island, an island in Budjak on the Black Sea at the Danube Delta, Danube River in Odessa Oblast, Ukraine, on the border with Romania. Dainit, a city in Kharkiv Oblast, Ukraine. Daimika, a village in Berislav Urban Hermata, Berislav Rayon, Kherson Oblast, Ukraine, founded in 1804 but incorporating an older settlement Verbivka founded in 1782. Zemijovka, a traditional Czech knitted wool cap with no bill, topped by a small pom-pom and encircled with a cuff into which a pattern is knitted in which smaller zigzags are predominated by a large central zigzag whose angularity evokes the pattern on the back of the Adder Vipera Baruz, from which it takes its name. Zemijovki, plural of Zemijovka. Zhacekminj, a municipality of Croatia. Zemijevka, a settlement in Vysokinsky Selsoviet, Bashmakovsky Rayon, Penza Oblast, Volga Federal District, Russia, founded as a cuter during the time of the Stolipin agrarian reform 1906-1914. Zemiyevka. Alternative spelling of Zemiyevka. Zemiyovka, an urban-type settlement and urban settlement, the administrative center of Sverdlovsky Rayon, Oryol Oblast, Central Federal District, Russia. First mentioned in 1868. Zemiuda, a surname from Polish. Zemiudas, plural of Zemiuda. Derek, initialism of Zimbabwe National Army. Zayanaga, alternative form of Sanhaja. Znamyemka, a city in Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Zaynanaikin, or relating to Florian Ziniagi, 1882-1958, Polish sociologist. Siwithatabov Nen, a town in Kievan Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. That's initialism of Zambia National Service. Initialism of Zenison Troll Police, an informal trolling organization, an anti-fandom group that is primarily active on social media such as YouTube and targets certain YouTubers by commenting on their videos. Xenocolite, a fluorescent radioactive mineral with a chemical formula KZNUOCOOH4H2O. An indigenous people of Burma, Myanmar, and northeast India. A native Tupi Guarani tribe in the state of Pará, municipality of Abidos on the Cumanapema River, Brazil. Contracted form of zoo. Zoology, rare spelling of zoology. Initialism of Zionist Organization of America. Plural of Zune. Obsolete form of Zakwam. Alternative spelling of Za. Plural of Zoia. Alternative spelling of Zoel. Plural of Zoia. Domelin, the amorphous annulaceous matter contained in the vertebrate and invertebrate fetal tissues. Thonum, any of a group of alkaloid lactons present in the Zontharian zone des Vietnamensis. Zonons, plural of zonon. Zontharian, of or pertaining to the Zontharia. Zontharians, plural of Zontharian. Zonth, any member of the order Zondidia of cnidarians commonly found in coral reefs and other marine environments. Zonidia, of or relating to the Zonthids taxonomic order Zonthidia. Zonidians, plural of Zonthidia. Zonthids, plural of Zonthid. Zonthinarian, synonym of Zonthid. Zonthinarians, plural of Zonthinarian. Zonthodeme, the zooids of a compound anthozoan collectively. Zonthodemes, plural of Zonthodeme. Zonthoi, of or pertaining to the Zonthacia. Dondrop, a sufferer of zoanthropy. Zoanthropes, plural of zoanthrope. Zoanthropic, of or pertaining to zoanthropy. Zoanthropy, the belief that one has transformed into an animal. Thor, one of the Pentapolis, the 5 ancient cities in the Jordan Valley. Zarchaeologist, alternative spelling of zooarchaeologist. Zarchaeologists, plural of zorchaeologists. Zorsa, any fish of the family Zorsidae. An eel pout. Zorzeds, plural of zorsiv. Zorkoi, of or pertaining to the perciform suborder Zorkoidae. Zorkides, plural of zorkoi. Zoya, plural of zorium. Zoda, relating to a zorium. Zorite, a member of a group of German religious dissenters, the Society of Separatists of Zor, who founded the village of Zor, Ohio in 1817. Zorites, plural of Zorite. Zorium, a colony of Zuids. Zors, plural of Zor. A good-for-nothing person. Zobo, a kind of Asian cattle supposed to be a hybrid between the zebu and yak. Zobos, plural of zobo. Zabris, a surname. Zabrist hashing, a hash function technique used in representing the state of board games which helps to avoid analyzing the same position more than once. Zabrests, plural of zabris. Zoptonite, any rock produced from gabbros by pressure. Zoptonites, plural of zoptonite. Sokinon, an antiarrhythmic drug. Zopolo, a town square or marketplace, especially in Mexico. Zopolos, plural of zopolo. Zocahedron, a dipolyhedron that has 100 faces. Zoco, synonym of sockle. Zocale, plural of zoccolo. Zoccolo, upland. Zoccolos, plural of zoccolo. Zoccos, plural of zocco. Duck, synonym of sock, a blow, as strike. Ducks, plural of zoc. Zockle, alternative form of sockle. Zockles, plural of zockle. A loser, a contemptible or uncool person. Zodasai, a yellow or colorless mineral comprising mostly oxygen, calcium, iron, and phosphorus. Any member of the Zodariid. There is, plural of Zodariid. Zodi, a unit of zodiacal dust equal to the amount of interplanetary dust in the inner solar system, which absorbs light and irradiates it with a luminosity about 10 that of the sun. Zodiac, the belt-like region of the celestial sphere, approximately 8 degrees north and south of the ecliptic, which includes the apparent path of the sun, moon, and visible planets. Zodiac sign, any of the 12 star signs corresponding to the constellations which make up the zodiac. Zodiac signs, plural of zodiac sign. Zodiacal, of or pertaining to the zodiac. Zodiacal cloud, a cloud of dust lying in the plane of the ecliptic that gives rise to the zodiacal light. Zodiacal clouds, plural of zodiacal cloud. Zodiacal dust, the dust that makes up the zodiacal cloud and gives rise to the zodiacal light. Zodiacal light, a soft glow of white light seen in the sky along the ecliptic in an elongated triangular form with its base being on the horizon. particularly in the tropics. Zodiacal lights. Plural of zodiacal light. Zodiac? Obsolete form of zodiac. Zodiacs? Plural of zodiac. Zodiacs? Plural of zodiac. Zodiaco. Dated form of Zydeco. Zodiagraph. A pictograph or ideogram that is used as the standard representation of a specific word. Zodiographer. One who writes about the description and behavior of animal. Zodiographers. Plural of zodiographer. Zodiographs. Plural of zodiograph. Zodi. Plural of zodi. Not. Plural of zod. Though a female given name from ancient Greek of common usage, variant of Zoe. Though a female given name from ancient Greek. A female given name from ancient Greek of common usage, variant of Zoe. Alternative spelling of Zoea. A larval stage of certain decapod crustaceans, especially of decapods such as crabs and certain Anemura, also called the copepod stage, characterized by spines on the carapace and rudimentary thoracic and abdominal limbs. Doli. Plural of Zia. Plural of Zaya. Of or pertaining to Zoe. Plural of Zia. Plural of Zaya. Chrome. A subtractive tricolor motion picture film process. Plural of Zosium. Doshal. Relating to the socium. Dozim. Alternative form of Zoesium. Dodone. A non-alcoholic beverage, apparently carbonated, manufactured for a time in the 1880s as part of the temperance movement. Zoform, resembling a Zoea. Holler, a surname from German. Dollars, plural of Zoller. Doller, a surname from German. Zollner illusion, alternative form of Zollner illusion. Zollner illusions, plural of Zollner illusion. Zollers, plural of Zollner. Zoetermeer, a city and municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Zoeterwoude, a municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Helvet, of or pertaining to life. Zoetrope, an optical toy in which figures made to revolve on the inside of a cylinder and viewed through slits in its circumference appear like a single figure passing through a series of natural motions as if animated or mechanically moved. Zoetropes, plural of zoetrope. Zoetrope, of, pertaining to, or reminiscent of a zoetrope. A female given name from ancient Greek. A phonetic spelling of Zoe. Zovnaprol, an angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor with cardioprotective properties indicated for the treatment of hypertension. Zofnaprolate, an angiotensin inhibitor converting enzyme, the active free sulfhydryl form of zofnaprol. Zofaconazole, an antifungal drug. Zoftig, alternative spelling of Zaftig. Acronym of Zionist Occupation Government. Alternative form of ZOG. Vaudin, a surname from French. Zogen, the Japanese technique of inlaying ivory or metal. Zabot, a fanatic Zionist. Zabots, plural of Zabot. Zog Chao, alternative form of Zogchao. Zogchao, synonym of Goislop, low-quality food, seen in anti-Semitic circles as being promoted by Jews. Thag, under the influence or domination of ZOG Zionist occupation government. Rajas, relating to King Zog of Albania. Rajas, plural of Zajas. Zogo, an oracle or priest among the Torres Strait Islanders. Zogos, plural of Zogo. Zagraf, a surname famously borne by St. George the Zagraf, an icon in Zagreb monastery and used as the pen name of a number of Bulgarian iconographers and painters. Zagroscope, a device used for viewing perspective prints, consisting of a lens and a slanting mirror on a stand. Zagroscopes, plural of zagroscope. Zagroscopic, of or relating to the zagroscope. Zyaojislop, alternative form of Zoxlop. Zoxlop, synonym of Goislop low-quality food, seen in anti-Semitic circles as being promoted by Jews. Initialism of zero-order hold. Zohar, a Jewish Kabbalistic book attributed by tradition to Rabbi Simon ben Yachai, who lived about the end of the 1st century AD. Modern critics believe it to be a compilation of the 13th century. Zoharic, related to the Zohar. Zoharism, Frankism. Zoharis, Frankist. Zoharists, plural of Zoharis. Zohari, Frankist. Zoharites, plural of Zohari. Zonarism, the use of a true fact to lead a scientifically and mathematically ignorant public to a false conclusion. Zora, a female given name from Arabic. Zoras, plural of Zora. Zora, a female given name. Initialism of 0-1 infinity, a rule of thumb in software suggesting that arbitrary limits on the number of entity instances are not allowed. A borzoi dog. Zayatria, veterinary medicine. Showing traces of life containing organic remains. Zoid, a reproductive cell that possesses one or more flagella and is capable of independent movement. Zodaphiles, of pertaining to or pollinated by means of zooidaphily pollinated by animals. Zoodogamic, relating to zoodogamy. Zoidogamous, of or relating to zoodogamy. Zoodogamy, a form of plant reproduction in which male gametes swim toward the female gametes in a pool of water. Gods, plural of zoi. A female given name. Zayal, a type of beer brewed in the Oberpfalz in northeastern Bavaria, Germany, between Franconia and the Czech Republic. Yikes, an expression of surprise, shock, etc. Zolan, resembling Zoilus or Zoilos c. 400 BC, 320 BC, ancient Greek grammarian notorious for unfairly harsh criticism. Zoali, plural of Zoilus. Zolism, nagging or carping criticism. Dialis, a nagging or carping critic. Dialists, plural of Zoilus. Dialis, an ancient Greek grammarian and critic 400-320 BC, known for his harsh criticisms of Homer's poems. Dialis, plural of Zoilus. Zonk, alternative form of zonk to make sleepy or delirious. Zoink out, alternative form of zonk out. Type, simple past and past participle of zoink. Doinked out, simple past and past participle of zoink out. Zoinking, present participle and gerund of zoink. Zoinking out, present participle and gerund of zoink out. Zoinks, expressing surprise, fear, etc. Doinks out, third person singular simple present indicative of zoink out. Doisite, a mineral with orthorhombic crystals, Ca2Al-COC2000. Doisites, plural of zoisite. Doisidic, of or relating to zoisite. Zoicitization, conversion into zoisite. Zoicitize, in a state of zoicitization, having been turned to zoisite. Thoism, reverence for animal life or belief in animal powers and influences, as among primitive groups. Nois, one who subscribes to the doctrine of zoism. Noiste, of or relating to zoism. Noists, plural of zois. Sporozoid. Noits, plural of zoit. Zoji Pass, a pass in India. Docker, an Asiatic growing rodent native to Central Asia in the genera Eospalax and Eospalax. Dockers, plural of zocker. A cannabis cigarette. Dola, a surname from Italian. Zolidex, a trademark name for the anti-cancer drug Gozerlin. Daleds, a surname. Dalisk, in the literary or thematic style of the French writer Émile Zola 1840-1902. Zolaism, the literary theories and practices of the French writer Émile Zola 1840-1902. Zolaisms, plural of Zolaism. Zolaeus, one who writes in the style of the French writer Émile Zola 1840-1902. Elastic, synonym of Zales. Zaleus, plural of Zaleus. Zales, to write in or adapt to the style of the French writer Émile Zola 1840-1902. Zalist, simple past and past participle of Zales. Zales, third person singular simple present indicative of Zales. Zalesing, present participle and gerund of Zales. Zalame, an antihistamine and anesthetic drug. Dans, a surname. Zaantidian, a brain-penetrating histamine H2 receptor antagonist derived from benzthiazole. Zalisartan, an angiotensin-Roman 2 receptor antagonist. Zolaisbam, a pyrazolidinase and derivative structurally related to the benzodiazepine drugs, used as an anesthetic and tranquilizer for a wide range of animals. Zolaisbam, misspelling of Zolaisbam. Zolbetuximab, a monoclonal antibody used to treat gastric cancer. Zoldronate, the conjugate base or any salt or ester of zoldronic acid, used as a medication to inhibit bone loss in disorders of bone metabolism. Zoldronates, plural of zoldronate. Zoldronic, of or pertaining to zoldronic acid or its derivatives. Zoldronic acid, a bisphosphonate drug, 1-hydroxy-2-imidazole 1-L-1-phosphonoethylphosphonic acid, marketed under the trade names of Zolnzet and Aclasta, used to prevent bone fractures and to treat hypercalcemia. Zolendronic, misspelling of zoldronic. Zolenzepi, an Anhielser drug. Zolotane, an alpha-adrenoster antagonist. Zoltal, a mixture of zolazepam and tyletamine used as an anesthetic. Zoltal, alternative form of Zoltal. Zolf, a surname. Zolian, of or relating to the French writer Émile Zola 1840-1902. Zoliflodacin, an antibiotic used to treat gonorrhea. Zolamidine, a particular drug used to treat peptic ulcers and gastroesophageal reflux. Zolamomab, a particular mouse monoclonal antibody. Zoliprofen, an anti-inflammatory drug. The alternative form of Zol. Dollars, a surname from German. Yalarse. Plural of Zollers. Zoller, a surname. Dollars, plural of Zoller. Zollikofer, a surname from German. Zollikofers, plural of Zollikofer. Zollies, plural of Zolli. Zollikofen, a municipality and suburb of Bern in Bern Canton, Switzerland. Zollinger, a surname. Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, a disorder where increased levels of the hormone gastrin are produced, causing the stomach to produce excess hydrochloric acid, often caused by a tumor gastrinoma of the duodenum or pancreas, and resulting in peptic ulcers. Zollingers, plural of Zollinger. Zalman, a surname from German. Zalmans, plural of Zalman. Zallen, a surname. Zellner illusion, an optical illusion in which parallel lines are made to appear convergent or divergent by means of oblique intersections. Zellner illusions, plural of Zellner illusion. Zellner's line, synonym of Zellner illusion. Zellners, plural of Zollner. Zala, a surname. Zalos, plural of Zala. Zalpfund, a unit of weight introduced by the Zolverine, defined as exactly 500 grams. Zalpfunds, plural of Zalpfund. Zaus, plural of Zal. Zollverein, a customs union, specifically a coalition of German states formed in 1818 to manage customs and economic policies within their territories. Zollvereins, plural of Zollverein. Dali, a Dali Zoom. Zalman, a surname from German. Zalmans, plural of Zalman. Zalmatriptan, a triptan used in the acute treatment of migraine attacks. Zalnierksik, a surname from Polish. Zalnierksek, plural of Zalnierksik. Zalichev, a city in Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Zalox, the antidepressant medicine sertraline. Zaloperon, an anxiolytic drug. Dalat, a city in Luhansk Oblast in eastern Ukraine. Zolotink, alternative form of Zolotnik. Zolotinks, plural of Zolotink. Zolotnik, an old Russian unit of weight, equal to 1/96 of a pound or approximately 4.2658 grams. Zolotniki, plural of Zolotnik. Zolotniks, plural of Zolotnik. Zolotonosha, a city and rayon of Cherkasy Oblast, Ukraine. Zalbidom, a sedative and hypnotic drug administered orally in the form of its Teratreat CHN3OC4H606 in the short-term treatment of insomnia. Das, plural of Zal. Dalton, a male given name from Hungarian Zoltan. Dalton, a male given name derivative of the common Hungarian name Zoltan. Dolty, a surname from Polish. Dum Hom, a movie genre combining elements of zombie horror and comedy. Dum Homs, plural of Zomcom. Nambi, Namar, Zamba, the former capital city of Malawi. Zombi, alternative spelling of zombie. Zombi apple, the poisonous fruit of Hippomene spinosa. Zombi apples, plural of zombi apple. Tabe, relating to zombies. Thombically, in the manner of a zombie. Nambi, a person, usually undead, animated by unnatural forces such as magic, with no soul or will of his or her own. Zombie apocalypse, a large-scale zombie outbreak associated with the collapse of society. Zombie apocalypse is plural of zombie apocalypse. Zombie bank, a bank that is insolvent but is sustained by government intervention. Zombie banker, a person or banker involved in a zombie bank. Zombie bankers, plural of zombie banker. Zombie banks, plural of zombie bank. Zombie box, a television. Zombie boxes, plural of zombie box. Zombie business, synonym of zombie company. Zombie businesses, plural of zombie business. Zombie car, a vehicle that has missing parts or is generally falling apart due to neglect. Zombie cars, plural of zombie car. Zombie cell, a senescent cell which avoids programmed cell death apoptosis and may damage other cells, including causing them to become senescent by secretions associated with senescence-associated secretory phenotype. Zombie cells, plural of zombie cell. Zombie client, computer software that takes directions from a remote computer and uses the infected computer to perform malicious tasks as directed. Zombie clients, plural of zombie client. Zombie companies, plural of zombie company. Zombie company, a company that requires bailouts in order to operate, or an indebted company that is able to repay the interest on its debts, but not repay the principal. Zombie computer, a computer connected to the internet that has been compromised by a hacker via a computer virus, computer worm, or Trojan horse program and can be used to perform malicious tasks under the remote direction of the hacker. Zombie computers, plural of zombie computer. Zombie dance, a type of dance in which participants use dance moves that mimic the undead, often combined with a masquerade and costumes. Zombie dances, plural of zombie dance. Zombie debt, synonym of phantom debt. Zombie debtor, a company or individual holding a zombie debt. Zombie debtors, plural of zombie debtor. Zombie debts, plural of zombie debt. Zombie deer disease, synonym of chronic wasting disease, CWD. Zombie effect, a cluster of personality changes caused by the extrapyramidal effects of the medication haloperidol, mimicking Parkinsonism, hypomimia, bradykinesia, and flat effect. Zombie effects, plural of zombie effect. Zombie fire, a wildfire that burns underground throughout the winter and re-emerges during the fire season. Zombie fires, plural of zombie fire. Zombie formalism, a form of abstract expressionism that gained popularity in the 2010s, seen as overly commercial and devoid of artistic innovation. Zombie fungi, plural of zombie fungus. Zombie fungus, any parasitic fungus that alters the behavioral patterns of an insect. Zombie hosts, synonym of zombie computer. Zombie hosts, plural of zombie hosts. Zombie hypotheses, plural of zombie hypothesis. Zombie hypothesis, a philosophical hypothesis which suggests that a person has no ability to know whether another person is conscious. Zombie institution, synonym of zombie business. Zombie institutions, plural of zombie institution. Zombie Jesus, Jesus Christ, after having resurrected. Zombie knife, a knife decorated with images or words suggesting that it is to be used to commit violence. Zombie knives, plural of zombie knife. Zombie lie, a disproven myth or claim that continues to persist. Zombie lies, plural of zombie lie. Zombie master, a command and control center that guides and directs a zombie computer or zombie network. Zombie masters, plural of zombie master. Zombie mortgage, a second mortgage which a debtor falsely believes to be forgiven or paid off, typically arising from a mortgage lender selling the debt to another servicer without notifying the borrower. Zombie mortgages, plural of zombie mortgage. Zombie network, a network or collection of compromised computers or hosts that are connected to the internet. Zombie networks, plural of zombie network. Zombie organization, a poorly run, moribund, or outdated organization, especially one that cannot accomplish any meaningful goals. Zombie organizations, plural of zombie organization. Zombie become like a zombie in being listless, vacant, and unresponsive. Zombie path, a path that is no longer valid or accessible because the target has been moved or deleted. Zombie path, plural of zombie path. Zombie process, a child process that has terminated but is still listed in the process table, having not yet been ripped by its parent process. Zombie processes, plural of zombie process. Zombie program, any computer program that has been revived or reinstalled by an operating system and is very difficult to uninstall. Zombie programs, plural of zombie program. Zombie S&L, a savings and loan association characterized by negative economic capital and negative net worth. Zombie S and LS, plural of zombie S and L. Zombie software, a program or application which has been maintained beyond its expiration date or end-of-life status. Zombie star, a hypothetical remnant star left behind by a type IX supernova, which only partially dispersed the progenitor star. Zombie stars, plural of zombie star. Zombie state, a country or nation that is entirely dependent on foreign aid or assistance in order to survive. Zombie states, plural of zombie state. Zombie statistic, a piece of information that is frequently cited by experts and institutions despite having no basis in research or reality. Zombie statistics, plural of zombie statistic. Zombie strip, A newspaper or magazine strip cartoon that is continued by others following the retirement or death of its originator. Zombie strips, plural of zombie strip. Zombie system. A system that continues to operate when it no longer serves a useful purpose. Zombie systems, plural of zombie system. Zombie tag. A variant of the game of tag in which a tagged player becomes a zombie and joins the pursuit. Zombie taxa, plural of zombie taxon. Zombie taxon, a taxon that falsely appears to persist until or reappear at a time in the fossil record later than the taxon's actual point of extinction, due to fossils of organisms belonging to the taxon having been eroded from their original strata and redeposited in the source sediments for younger strata. The zombie theories, plural of zombie theory. The zombie theory, a scientific theory that has been disproved, or for which attempts to prove it have failed, but which continues to be presented as a viable theory. The zombie thought experiment, a philosophical theory which states that consciousness cannot be reduced to merely physical things. Zombie urbanism, the phenomenon of having an abundance of sold but uninhabited housing. Zombie user, a logged-in or registered user that should no longer exist but has not been fully deleted from the system. Zombie users, plural of zombie user. Zombie version, synonym of zombie software. Zombie versions, plural of zombie version. Zombie walk, a recreational public gathering of people dressed in zombie costumes who walk around an urban area. Zombie walks, plural of zombie walk. Zombie world, a world whose physical processes are closed under causation and duplicates those processes in the real world, but where conscious experiences do not occur. Zombie worlds, plural of zombie world. Zombie worm, synonym of boneworm, any marine worm of the genus Ostex. Zombie worms, plural of zombie worm. Zombie's cucumber, Ginsenoi daturostramonium, as used in Haiti. Nabi, in a zombie state set either of a zombie process or of a computer covertly controlled by malware. Zombied out. Alternative spelling of zombied out. Zombied out. Like a zombie in being sluggish, numb, listless, and vacant. Zombie the state or condition of being a zombie. Zombification, alternative form of zombification. Zombify, simple past and past participle of zombify. Zombified, third person singular simple present indicative of zombify. Zombify, alternative form of zombify. Zombifying, present participle and gerund of zombify. Zombiehood, the condition or period of the being is zombie. Zombie, the act or practice of ghosting someone and later returning unexpectedly without explanation or apology. Zombish, alternative form of zombie-ish. Zombieism, alternative spelling of zombieism. Zombiekind, all zombies, collectively. Zombiless, without zombies. Zombie-like, similar to a zombie, having the appearance or character of a zombie. Zombiness, the quality of being a zombie or zombie-like. Zombophile, a person with a strong interest in zombies. Zombophiles, plural of zombophile. Zombophilia, a strong interest or fascination with zombies. Zombiproof, resistant to zombie attacks. Zombies, plural of zombie. Zombies out. Third person singular simple present indicative of zombie out. Zombisat. An out-of-control communications satellite which cannot maintain its original orbit but remains capable of retransmitting any signal it receives. Zombisats. Plural of zombisat. Zombis. Resembling or characteristic of a zombie. Zombification. The act or process of zombifying. Zombifications. Plural of zombification. Zombify. Simple past and past participle of zombify. Zombifier. One who zombifies. Zombifiers. Plural of zombifier. Zombifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of zombify. Zombify. To turn into a zombie, a member of the living dead or undead. Zombifying. Present participle and gerund of zombify. Zombieism. The condition of being a zombie. Zombis. Plural of zombie. Zombitude. The condition of being, resembling, or acting like a zombie. Zombicalypse. Alternative letter case form of zombicalypse. Zombicalypses. Plural of zombicalypse. Zomboid. Zombolite. Zomboids. Plural of zomboid. Zombology. The study of zombies. Zombora. Rare spelling of Zamburak. Zomborux. Plural of Zombora. Plural of zom. Nombi. Rare spelling of zombie. Zombie out. Present participle and gerund of zombie out. Zonish. Resembling or characteristic of a zombie. Zombieism. Alternative spelling of zombieism. Dambu. A democratic election in Bhutan to nominate one candidate for the National Council. Zamdes. Plural of Zamdu. Yo. A building with unusual geometry. Zombazam. A pyrazolidinase and derived drug structurally related to certain benzodiazepine analogs. Domdes. Plural of Zomdi. Zomdi. Synonym of Zomcom. Zomparak. A particular non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug with antipyretic action, withdrawn in the 1980s because of the risk of anaphylaxis. Zones. Plural of zome. Dom. Emphatic form of Dom. An emphatic form of oh my god. Dom. Alternative letter case form of zom. Velmi. The Zhou people who speak the Zhou language, a northern Kukish language. Voe. Highland areas of the Indochina region of peninsular Southeast Asia that are historically outside the control of government, based in the population centers in the lowlands. Thelma. A third-order measure of derivative price sensitivity, expressed as the rate of change of VANA with respect to changes in the spot price, or equivalently the rate of change of gamma with respect to changes in the volatility of the underlying asset. Domo. Alternative spelling of dizomo. Delmos. Plural of zomo. Somotherapeutic. Relating to zomotherapy. Zomotherapy. A regimen of medical treatment that involves prescribing a diet of raw meat in order to fight a disease. Oh, a cyan color with green in it. Zompire. A zombie-vampire hybrid. Zompires. Plural of Zompire. Velne. A surname. Zona glomerulosa, the most superficial layer of the adrenal cortex, lying directly beneath the adrenal gland's capsule and responsible for producing and secreting the mineralocorticoid aldosterone into the blood as part of the renin-angiotensin system. Zona incerta, a horizontally elongated region of gray matter in the subthalamus of unknown function. Zona Norte, a district of Rio de Janeiro, southeast region, Brazil. Zona pellucida, a glycoprotein membrane surrounding the plasma membrane of an oocyte. Zona radiata, a radiately striated membrane situated next to the yolk of an ovum, or separated from it by a very delicate membrane only. Zona reticularis, the innermost layer of the adrenal cortex responsible for the production of precursor androgens including dihydroepiandrosterone and androstenedione from cholesterol. Zona Sal, a district of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Zona Hessen, a male reproductive protein associated with cell adhesion. Zoni, plural of zona. Zoni pellucidi, plural of zona pellucida. Zonal, divided into zones. Zonal geranium, any of Pelargonium times hortorum, a hybrid of Pelargonium zonale and Pelargonium inquinans, the common or garden geranium. Zonal geraniums, plural of zonal geranium. Zonal kinetic energy, the kinetic energy of the zonal wind at a specified latitude. Zonal wind, the component of a wind along a particular parallel of latitude. Zonal winds, plural of zonal wind. Zonalization, division into zones. Zonalizations, plural of zonalization. Zonalities, plural of zonality. Zonality, the state or condition of being zonal. Zonalization, U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of zonalization. Zonalizations, plural of zonalization. Domole, and zones. Zonobanol, a quinixyline-diene drug that acts as a competitive antagonist of the AMPA receptor. Zonar, abbreviation of Zenaras. Zenaras, a surname from Byzantine Greek, famously held by. Donarich, a surname. Donary, Donal. Donus, plural of zona. Zonate, having or appearing to have multiple zones, such as of color or texture. Zonated, synonym of zonate. Zonally, in a zonic manner. Zonating, the creation of a zonation. A nation, an arrangement or distribution of things into zones. The nations, plural of zonation. Zonda, a het, dry wind of the Andes. Zonda, plural of zonda. Zone, each of the 5 regions of the Earth's surface into which it was divided by climatic differences, namely the torrid zone between the tropics, 2 temperate zones between the tropics and the polar circles, and 2 frigid zones within the polar circles. Zone 1, a barren gay of Digos, Davao del Sur, Philippines. Zone 1, Poblacion, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Zone 2, a barangay of Digos, Davao del Sur, Philippines. Zone 2, Poblacion, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Zone 3, a barangay of Digos, Davao del Sur, Philippines. Zone 3, Poblacion, a a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Zone 4 Poblacion, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Zone 5 Poblacion, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Zone 6 Poblacion, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Zone 7 Poblacion, a barangay of Banged, Abra, Philippines. Zone Defense, a defense in which each player covers an area of the court. Zone Defenses, plural of zone defense. Zone Diet, a diet that advocates consuming calories from carbohydrates and protein in a balanced ratio. Zone Foot Therapy, a massage technique in which heated stones and herbal balls are applied to the feet and lower leg using specific finger and hand techniques, as well as movement manipulation. Zone I, a barangay of Dasmariñas, Cavite, Philippines. Zone Roman II, a barangay of Dasmariñas, Cavite, Philippines. Zone Roman III, a barangay of Dasmariñas, Cavite, Philippines. Zone In, Duhomin, Zumin. Zone Roman IV, a barangay of Dasmariñas, Cavite, Philippines. Zone Melting, a technique used to purify a metal, semiconductor or other solid in which a heating system slowly causes a series of molten zones to traverse the solid, leaving pure material behind it. Zone of Action, a tactical subdivision of a larger area, the responsibility for which is assigned to a tactical unit, generally applied to offensive action. Zone of Avoidance, the region of the universe in alignment with the galactic plane of the Milky Way where few galaxies were initially seen due to dust interfering with the view of ground-based telescopes. Zone of Fire, an area into which a designated ground unit or fire support ship delivers, or is prepared to deliver, fire support. Fire may or may not be observed. Zone of Polarizing Activity, a region of mesenchymal connective tissue that carries instructions which direct the developing limb bud to form along the anterior-posterior axis. Zone of Proximal Development, a concept developed by Soviet psychologist and social constructivist Lev Vygotsky, the difference between what a learner can do without help and what he or she can do with help. Zone of Rarity, the conceptual gap between well-defined diagnostic categories. Any condition that is formally defined neither as disease nor as a normal healthy state. Zone of Saturation, synonym of Friedrich zone. Zone Off, synonym of Zone Out. Zone Out, to stop paying attention and think about something else, or to think about nothing. Zone Plate, a Fresnel zone plate. Zone Plate, plural of zone plate. Zone Punch, a hole punch normally in the top 2 or 3 positions of a punch card in addition to another in order to designate a different sometimes related character or to add a plus or minus sign. Zone Punches, plural of zone punch. Zone Refining, zone melting. Zone Time, alternative form of zone time. Zone Times, plural of zone time. Zone V, a barangay of Libin, Albay, Philippines. Zone V, a barangay of Libin, Albay, Philippines. Zone Roman 7, a barangay of Libin, Albay, Philippines. Zone-tailed hawk, a medium-sized hawk of warm, dry parts of the Americas. Zone-tailed hawks, plural of zone-tailed hawk. Zone, simple past and past participle of zone. Zoned in, simple past and past participle of zone in. Zoned off, simple past and past participle of zone off. Zone out, simple past and past participle of zone out. Zoneless, without zones and zoned. Zonlet, a small zone. Zonlet, plural of zonelet. Zonlai, resembling or characteristic of a zone. Zoner, someone who zones things. Zoners, plural of zoner. Zones, plural of zone. Zones in third person singular simple present indicative of zoning. Zones of action. Plural of zone of action. Zones of fire. Plural of zone of fire. Zones of polarizing activity. Plural of zone of polarizing activity. Zones of rarity. Plural of zone of rarity. Zones off. Third person singular simple present indicative of zone off. Zones at. Third person singular simple present indicative of zone out. Zonesthesia. A feeling of constriction as if by a belt. Zone time. The time in a particular time zone based on a meridian as opposed to standard time. Zone times, plural of zone time. A surname from Chinese. Dandu, a governor of one or more provinces of China during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Zandas, plural of Zandu. Zandro, a surname. Zandor, a guitar-like musical instrument of Romania, having originally 2 strings and now 4 or 5. Thais, plural of Zong. Zonguldak, a province of Turkey on the Black Sea coast. Danyan, a Kamyutandaling and Yui China. Danasi, a traditional Chinese dumpling of glutinous rice stuffed with a savory or sweet filling. Wrapped in large flat leaves and cooked by steaming or boiling. Daimzis, plural of Zangzi. Donian, a person from or working in the former American territory in Panama called the Panama Canal Zone. Donians, plural of Zonian. Zonic, Yonal relating to zones. Zonic lezo, an anticonvulsant drug. Doni, a person from the state of Arizona. Zonis, plural of zoni. Anaphorus, composed of many zones or layers. The zonification, the creation or process of creation of a zone. The zonifications, plural of zonification. Zonofugal, proceeding out of a zone or region from inside that zone or region, as with an examination beginning in a body part affected by a drug or disease and moving from there to a normal body part. Zoning, present participle and gerund of zone. Zoning in, present participle and gerund of zone in. Zoning off, present participle of zone off. Zoning out, present participle and gerund of zone out. Zonings, plural of zoning. Zonaptal, proceeding into a zone or region from outside that zone or region, as with an examination beginning in a normal body part and moving from there to a body part affected by a drug or disease. Zonopori, the compound N-aminoaminomethyl-5-cyclopropyl 1,5-quinoline 1H-pyrazole 4-carboxamide that inhibits ion exchange. Zonamide, a sulfonamide anticonvulsant drug. Onatid, any member of the Zonatidae. Zonatid, plural of zonatid. Doc, an unfavorable card or token, or undesirable or worthless item used as a prize in a contest or game show such as Let's Make a Deal. Zonk out, to fall suddenly into a very deep sleep. Doc, extremely fatigued. Zonked out, simple past and past participle of zonked out. Zonkedness, the quality of being zonked. Zonker, someone who zonks, especially by taking drugs. Zonkers, plural of zonker. Donkey, the offspring of a zebra and a donkey. Donkeys, plural of zonkey. Zonker, present participle and gerund of zonk. Zonking out, present participle and gerund of zonk. Out. Donko, synonym of zonked deeply asleep. Vox, third person singular simple present indicative of zonk. Donk spout, third person singular simple present indicative of zonk out. Donkey, very fatigued. Donk. Dono, don, zonal. Zanowio. The group of biomass constituting a particular ecozone. Zanobiomes, plural of zanobiome. Zonochlorite, chlorostrolite found in rounded masses within or weathered out of amygdaloidal cavities. Zonocolpate, having colby arranged in distinct zones. Zonoculprate, having colpori arranged in distinct zones. Zonogon, a polygon having an even number of sides and whose pairs of opposite sides are parallel and equal. Zonogonal, relating to or composed of zonogons. Zonogons, plural of zonogon. Sonogram, an image produced by zonography. Sonograms, plural of zonogram. Zonographic, relating to zonography. Zonography, narrow angle tomography. Zonohedra, plural of zonohedron. Zonohedral, of or relating to a zonohedron. Zonohedron, a special case of convex polyhedron in which every face of the polyhedron is a polygon with point symmetry. Donoid, a limit of a vector sum of line segments. Donoids, plural of zonoid. Zonolite, a form of vermiculite used as insulation material. Zonoplacental, having a zonary deciduate placenta. Zonoporate, having pores arranged in discrete zones. Zonosaurine, pertaining to the lizard subfamilies Zonosaurinae, the zonosaurs. Zonoskeleton, part of the skeleton of a limb comprising the scapula, clavicle, and hip bone. Zonotopo, of or pertaining to a zonotope. Zonotope, a polytope formed by the Minkowski sum of a zonohedron line segments in any dimension. Zonotopes, plural of zonotope. Zonotopic, of pertaining to or composed of zonotopes. Zonotreme, having apertures on the equator of the grain. Zonchim, a member of Zonta International, an international service organization aiming to advance the status of women. Zonchins, plural of zonchin. Zonula, any of several small belt-like regions. Zonula occludens, synonym of tight junction. Thodoi, plural of zonula. Zonulia occludens, plural of zonula includins. Zonular, pertaining to a zonule or zonules. Zonulale, in a zonular fashion, in zonules. Zonulas, plural of zonula. Girdle, a little zone or girdle, a zonula. Zonule of zen, the ciliary zonule. Zonulectomies, plural of zonulectomy. Zonulectomy, excision of a zonule. Zonules, plural of zonule. Zonules of zen, plural of zonule of zin. Zonulet, zono. Zonulets, plural of zonulet. Zonulen, a protein that modulates the permeability of tight junctions between cells of the wall of the digestive tract. Zonulitis, inflammation of the ciliary zonule. Zonulolysis, dissolution of the ciliary zonule, usually in a surgical context, to allow for removal of the lens. Zonulopathies, plural of zonulopathy. Zonulopathy, any disease or other condition associated with a zonule. Phenolysis, dissolution of a zonule, especially the zonule of zin. Zonure, any one of several of South African lizards of the genus Zonurus, now smog, common in rocky environments. Zonures, plural of zonure. Zonurid, any lizard belonging to the Zonuridae. Zonurid, plural of zonurid. Zoni, the offspring of a male zebra and a female pony. Zoni, plural of zona. Zoni pellucidi, plural of zona pellucida. A park where live animals are exhibited. Zooanimal, a type of animal that is typically found at zoos. Zooanimals, plural of zooanimal. Zooblot, a southern blot applied to the DNA of more than one species, so as to compare them. Zooblots, plural of zooblot. Zoo break, a breakout by animals from a zoo. Zoo breaks, plural of zoo break. Zoo format, a radio program format with several presenters chatting informally among themselves. Zoo formats, plural of zoo formats. Zoo plane, an airplane used during a political campaign to transport cameramen, technicians, members of lesser press publications, etc. separate from the primary plane that carries the candidate and major reporters. Zoo planes, plural of zoo plane. So, animal. No, rare spelling of zoo. Zookeeper, alternative form of zookeeper. Zookeepers, plural of zookeeper. Zooagglutinin, and a glutenin protein present in some venoms. Zooanthed, alternative form of zoanthed. Zooanthids, plural of zooanthid. Zoanthropinosis, plural of zoanthropinosis. Zoanthropinosis, the transmission of disease from humans to animals. Specifically, it refers to diseases that are primary infections of humans but which can be naturally transmitted to animals. Examples include tuberculosis and human metapneumovirus. Zoanthroponotic, relating to zoanthropinosis. Zooarchaeological, of or pertaining to zooarchaeology. Zooarchaeologist, a scholar of zooarchaeology. Zooarchaeologists, plural of zooarchaeologists. Zooarchaeology, the study of animal remains at archaeological sites. Zooarchaeological, alternative spelling of zooarchaeological. Zooarchaeologist, alternative spelling of zooarchaeologist. Zooarchaeologists, plural of zooarchaeologists. Zooarchaeology, alternative spelling of zooarchaeology. Zoarium, plural of zoarium. Zoarium, alternative form of zorium. Zubenthic, of or relating to the zubenthos. Zubinthivore, any creature that feeds on the zubenthos. Zubinthivores, plural of zubinthivore. Zubinthivorous, that feeds on benthic animals. Zubenthos, benthic organisms that are animals or zoomorphic protists. Odi, a marijuana cigarette. Dobies, plural of zubi. Zoology, zoology. Zooblasts, any animal cell. Zooblasts, plural of zooblasts. Zoobotanical, zoological and botanical. Zoophyr, synonym of zoospore. Zoovirus, plural of zoocarp. Zoocystidia, plural of zoocystidium. Zoocystidia, relating to a zoocystidium. Zoocystidium, a plant gall caused by an animal. Zoocinose, alternative form of zoocinosis. Zoocinosis, plural of zoocinosis. Zoocinosis, all the animals of abiozonosis. Zoocentric, focusing on animals, giving preference to animals above all other considerations. Zoocentrism, a viewpoint or theory that focuses on animals, giving them preference above all other considerations. Zoocephalic, having the head of an animal. Zoochemical, of or pertaining to zoochemistry. Zoochemicals, plural of zoochemical. Zoochemistry, animal chemistry, particularly the description of the chemical compounds entering into the composition of the animal body in distinction from biochemistry. Zarchemistry, archaic spelling of zoochemistry. Zoochemistry. Zooporella, any green algae that lives symbiotically within the body of an aquatic invertebrate or a protozoan. Zarchlorella, alternative form of Zoochlorella. Zoochlorellae, plural of Zoochlorella. Zarchlorelli, plural of Zarchlorella. Zooporellas, plural of Zooporella. Zoochore, a plant whose seeds, spores, or fruit are dispersed by animals. Zoochores, plural of zoochore. Zoochore, relating to zoochery. Zoochore, of or relating to zoochores. Zoochorous, of or relating to zoochores or zoochery. Zoochorously, in a zoochorous manner. Zoochery, the dispersal of seeds, spores, or fruit by animals. Zoochotis, abnormal animal behavior caused by time in captivity. Zoochotic, exhibiting or relating to zoochosis. Zoochrome, any animal including human pigment. Zoochromes, plural of zoochrome. Zoocidal, deadly to animals. Zooci, the systematic or targeted killing of animals. Zooci, alternative spelling of zooci. Zoocides, plural of zooci. Zoocides, plural of zarci. Zoocloning, the cloning of animals. Zoocultural, relating to the cultivation of animals. Zooculture, the cultivation of animals. Zoocorrect, a drifting streak of zooplankton in the water. Zoocorynths, plural of zoocorynth. Ss, a kind of encysted rhizopod resembling a sporocyst, except in the thickness and number of the protective layers. Ss, archaic spelling of zoocyst. Ss, plural of zoocyst. Darcyst, plural of zarcyst. Zoocyst, plural of zoocydium. Zoocydium, the common support, often branched of certain kinds of social infusoria. Zoocydium, archaic spelling of zoocydium. Zoodendria, plural of zoodendrium. Zoodendrium, the branched and often tree-like support of the colonies of certain infusoria. Zardendrium, archaic spelling of zoodendrium. Zooderic, of or pertaining to the skin of an animal. Zoodetritus, detritus of animal origin. Oodle, singular of zoodles. Zoodles, zucchini sliced into thin strips so as to resemble noodles. Zoodynamic, relating to zoodynamics. Zoodynamics, the scientific study of the vital powers of animals. Alternative spelling of Zaya. Zooey, plural of Zuya. Doel, alternative form of Zoel. Thus, plural of Zuya. Uisha, plural of Zoesium. Zoetia, of or pertaining to Zoetia, having the character of a Zoesium. Theriacea, one of the cells or tubes which enclose the feeding zooids of Bryozoa. Zoecology, the branch of ecology that deals with the relationships of animals with their environments. Zoorastra, the practice of a human engaging in sexual intercourse with an animal. Zooresti, the practice of a human engaging in sexual intercourse with an animal. Zooriferin, a red carotenoid pigment present in the feathers of some birds. Zooriferine, alternative spelling of zooerythrin. Zoeriferine, alternative spelling of zooerythrin. A female given name from ancient Greek, variant of Zoe. Dovec, something resembling a stone tool made by non-human animals. Dufari, a safari-style tour of a zoo. Dufaris, plural of zoofari. Zooflagellate, any of the heterotrophic flagellates of the phylum Zoomastigophora. Zooflagellates, plural of zooflagellate. Ooful, enough to fill a zoo. Oofles, plural of zooful. Zooful, a yellow carotenoid pigment present in the feathers of some birds. Zoogamete, planogamete. Zoogametes, plural of zoogamete. Zoonaras, of or pertaining to zoogamy. Zoogamy, the sexual reproduction of animals. Zargamy, alternative spelling of zoogamy. Zoogene, synonym of Glarin. Zoogenesis, the theory that the major types of life form on Earth evolved separately and independently from each other. Zoogenetic, relating to zoogenesis. Zoogenic, originating in or produced by animals rather than plants. Zoodanas, zoogenic. Zoogeny, synonym of zoogenesis. Zargeny, alternative spelling of zoogeny. Zoodiographer, a person involved in zoogeography. Zoogiographers, plural of zoogeographer. Zoogeographe, of or relating to zoogeography, concerning the geographic distribution of animals. Zoogeographical, pertaining to zoogeography. Zoogeographical, alternative, form of zoogeographical. Zoogeographically, in a zoogeographical way. Zoogeographies, plural of zoogeography. Zoogeographies, plural of zoogeography. Zoogeography, the scientific study of the geographical distribution of animal species. Zoogeography, alternative spelling of zoogeography. Zoogeological, relating to zoogeology. Zoology, the study of fossil animal remains. Zooglia, alternative form of zooglia. Zoogli, plural of zooglia. Zooglio, alternative form of zooglo. Zooglias, plural of zooglia. Zoogloic, alternative form of zoogloic. Uller, an employee of the Google Corporation who is based in Zurich, Switzerland. Urs, plural of zoogler. Zoolea, a colony or mass of bacteria embedded in a viscous gelatinous substance, characteristic of a transitory stage through which rapidly multiplying bacteria pass in the course of their evolution. Zoogloi, plural of zooglia. Zooglo, of or relating to the zooglia. Zooglias, plural of zooglia. Zoogloic, relating to the zooglia. Zoogloid, relating to or resembling a zooglia. Zarglea, alternative spelling of zooglia. Zargloic, alternative spelling of zoogloic. Zargloi, plural of zarglea. Zoogme. Zoology. Zoodor, a visitor to a zoo. Zoodors, plural of zoogor. Zoodoi, visiting a zoos. Zoogonic, pertaining to zoogeny or producing life. Zoogone, any member of the zoogonidae. Zoogonodangia, plural of zoogonodangium. Zoogonodangium, an organ in certain algae that produces a zoospore. Zoogonidia, plural of zoogonidium. Zoogonidia, of or relating to a zoogonidium. Zoogonidium, a gonidium that contains spores. Zoogonads, plural of zoogonid. Zoogones, plural of zoogony. Zorgones, that gives birth to live offspring rather than laying eggs. Zoogony, alternative form of zoogony. Zoograft, a surgical graft of tissue from an animal to a human. Zoografting, zooplasty. Zoografts, plural of zoograft. Zoographer, one who carries out zoography. A describer of animals. Zoographer, alternative spelling of zoographer. Zoographers, plural of zoographer. Zographers, plural of zoographer. Zoographic, of or pertaining to zoography. Zoographical, of or pertaining to zoography. Zoographically, by means of or in terms of zoography. Zoographies, plural of zoography. Zoographies, plural of zoography. Zoographus, zoographer. Zoographus, alternative spelling of zoographus. Zoographus, plural of zoographus. Zargraphists, plural of zoographists. Zoography, a description of animals, their forms and habits, descriptive zoology. Zoography, alternative spelling of zoography. Zoogyroscope, zoobrexiscope. Zoogyroscopes, plural of zoogyroscope. Zoodrain, the hygiene of animals, especially on a farm or in a zoo. Zoogenic, relating to zoogene. Suicidal, relating to suicide, killing animals. Suicide, the killing of animals. Zooid, an organic body or cell having locomotion as a spermatic cell or spermatozoid. Zooid, alternative spelling of zooid. Zoodal, of or pertaining to a zooid. Zoodiagamous, having at least one gamete that is actively motile, flagellate, ciliate, or amoeboid. Zoodophilus, alternative form of Zoodiophilus. Zoodogamous, describing fertilization that involves at least one gamete that is motile as in animals. Zooids, plural of zooid. Zaurids, plural of zaurid. Comparative form of zooid, more zooid. Superlative form of zooid, most zooid. Resembling or characteristic of a zoo. A surname. Zookeep, a zookeeper. Zookeeper, a person employed at a zoo to attend to the animals. Zookeepers, plural of zookeeper. Zookeeping, work in a zoo feeding and caring for the animals. Zookeeps, plural of zookeep. Zovers, an expression of mild annoyance, surprise, etc. Rooks, plural of zook. Zoa, abbreviation of zoology. Zoa, archaic form of Zulu. Zoolagmia, Zoophilia. Zoas, plural of Zula. Zoolater, a worshipper of animals. Zoolaters, plural of zoolater. Zoolatria, synonym of zoolatry. Zoolitries, plural of zoolatry. Zoolacaris, animal worshipping. Zoolitry, the worship of animals. Zoolatry, alternative spelling of zoolatry. Zoas, without a zoo or zoos. Zoolike, resembling or characteristic of a zoo. Zoolingualism, the ability to talk with animals. Zoolite, a fossilized animal. Zoolite, plural of zoolite. Zoolite, synonym of zoolite. Zoolite, archaic form of zoolite. Zoolais, plural of zoolai. Zoolithic, relating to zooliths. Zooliths, plural of zoolith. Zoolitic, relating to zoolites. Zoologer, a zoologist. Zoologer, alternative spelling of zoologer. Zoologers, plural of zoologer. Zarlogers, plural of zarloger. Zoologic, zoological. Zoological, of or relating to animals. Zoological garden, a zoo, a park where live animals are exhibited. Zoological gardens, plural of zoological garden. Zoological name, a formal scientific name of an animal, especially as conforming to the Aixin. Zoological names. Plural of zoological name. Zoological park. Synonym of zoological garden. Zoological parks. Plural of zoological park. Zoologically. With regard to zoology. Zoologies. Plural of zoology. Zoologies. Plural of zoology. Zoologize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of zoologize. Zoologize. Simple past and past participle of zoologize. Zoologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of zoologize. Zoologizing. Present participle and gerund of zoologize. Zoologist. One who studies zoology. Zoologist. Alternative spelling of zoologist. Zoologists. Plural of zoologists. Zoologists. Plural of zoologists. Zoologize. To study zoology, especially by collecting animals to be studied. Zoologized. Simple past and past participle of zoologize. Zoologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of zoologize. Zoologizing. Present participle and gerund of zoologize. Zoology. The part of biology relating to the animal kingdom, including the structure, embryology, evolution, classification, habits, and distribution of all animals, both living and extinct. Zoology. Rare spelling of zoology. Zulu. Dated spelling of Zulu. To communicate with someone using the Zoom video conferencing software. Zoom bag. Flight suit. Zoom bags. Plural of zoom bag. Zoom blur. A visual effect in cinematography or computer graphics that gives the illusion of rapid motion by zooming in or out of a scene and applying blur. Zoom blurs. Plural of zoom blur. Zoom-on. Alternative form of zoom bomb. Zoom bomb. Simple past and past participle of zoom bomb. Zoom bomber. Alternative form of zoom bomber. Zoom bombers. Plural of zoom bomber. Zoom bombing. Present participle and gerund of zoom bomb. Zoom bombings. Plural of zoom bombing. Zoom moms. Third person singular simple present indicative of zoom bomb. Zoom box. A clickable box that maximizes a window to fill the screen, or clicked a second time restores the window to its previous size and position. Zoom boxes. Plural of zoom box. Zoom by. To go by too quickly. Zoom climb. A climb at a rate of climb greater than the maximum climb rate using only the thrust of the aircraft's engine. A climb that sacrifices airspeed to gain altitude. Zoom climbs. Plural of zoom climb. Zoom fatigue. A feeling of exhaustion resulting from spending excessive amounts of time in video conferences. Zoom in. To increase the focal length of a zoom lens in order to obtain a magnified image or a close-up. Zoom in on. To quickly focus on a particular subject or object. Zoom land. Alternative form of zoom lens. Zoom lens. A lens containing a mechanical assembly of inner lenses, allowing the focal length to be changed rapidly. Zoom lenses. Plural of zoom lens. Zoom out. To decrease the focal length of a zoom lens in order to obtain a reduced magnification of the image or a wider angle view. Zoom ray. An unwanted disruptive intrusion by a large amount of trolls into a video conference call. Zoom Raider, a participant in a Zoom raid, a person disrupting a video conference call. Zoom Raiders, plural of Zoom Raider. Zoom raiding, the practice of engaging in a Zoom raid, unwanted disruptive intrusion by a large amount of trolls into a video conference call. Zoom raids, plural of Zoom raid. Zoom Town, a community that experiences a significant population increase due to an influx of remote workers. Zoom Towns, plural of Zoom Town. Zoomong, alternative form of Zoom Bomb. Zoomong, simple past and past participle of Zoom Bomb. Zoom Bomber, alternative form of Zoom Bomber. Zoom Bombers, plural of Zoom Bomber. Zoom Bombing, present participle and gerund of Zoom Bomb. Zoom Bombings, plural of Zoom Bombing. Zoom Bombs, third person singular simple present indicative of Zoom Bomb. Zoom Climb, alternative form of Zoom Climb. Zoom Climbs, plural of Zoom Climb. Zoom Land, alternative form of Zoomland. Zoom Rating, alternative form of Zoom Rating. Zoomability, the quality of being zoomable. Zoomable, supporting a zoom magnification facility. Zoomekes, plural of Zoomeki. Zoomeki, a fight between or against animals. Zoomagnetic, relating to or exhibiting zoomagnetism. Zoomagnetism, animal magnetism. Zoomancy, divination by means of animals. Zoomania, an excessive or abnormal love of animals. Zoomantic, relating to zoomancy. Zoomeric, homotolic. Zoomass, the total mass of a living animal. Zoomasses, plural of zoomass. Zoomastigophorian, any protozoon in the class Zoomastigophoria. Zoomastigote, a zooflagellate, a heterotrophic flagellate of the phylum Zoomastigophora. Zoomastigotes, plural of Zoomastigote. Zoombag, a flight suit. Zoombags, plural of Zoombag. Zoommom, to disrupt a video conference, often involving large numbers of trolls joining and displaying obscene material. Zoombomb, simple past and past participle of Zoombomb. Zoombomber, someone who participates in a Zoom bombing, a person disrupting a video conference call. Zoom bombers, plural of Zoom bomber. Zoom bombing, unwanted disruptive intrusion by a large amount of trolls into a video conference call. Zoom bombings, plural of Zoom bombing. Zoom bombs, third person singular simple present indicative of Zoom bomb. Zoomber, a very rapidly expanding suburb. Zoomburbs, plural of Zoomber. Zoomed, simple past and past participle of Zoom. Zoomed by, simple past and past participle of Zoomed by. Zoomed in, simple past and past participle of Zoom in. Zoomed in on, simple past and past participle of Zoom in on. Zoomed out, simple past and past participle of Zoom out. Zoomed in, having been zoomed in or having been made larger so that smaller details can be discerned. Zoomed out, having been zoomed out or having been made smaller so that a larger portion of the image can be seen. Zoomedical, relating to animals and medicine. Zoomeospore, a haploid zoospore produced by meiosis. Zoomeospores, plural of zoomeospore. Zoomelanin, a pigment giving the black color to the feathers of many birds. Zarmelanin, alternative spelling of zoomelanin. Boomer, a baby boomer with a very active lifestyle. Zoomerperm, alternative letter case form of zoomerperm. Zoomerperms, plural of zoomerperm. Zoomers, plural of zoomer. Zoometry, relating to zoometry. Zoometry, measurement of the bodies of animals. Zoomy, a graduate of or student at the United States Air Force Academy. USAFA. Zoomy, comparative form of zoomy, more zoomy. Zoomies, plural of zoomy. Zoomies, superlative form of zoomy, most zoomy. Zoomimetic, imitating the appearance or behavior of animals. Zoomimic, synonym of zoomimetic. Zoominar, a webinar hosted by Zoom, a platform for online collaboration. Zoominars, plural of zoominar. Zooming, present participle and gerund of zoom. Zooming by, present participle and gerund of zoom by. Zooming in, present participle and gerund of zoom in. Zooming in on, present participle and gerund of zoom in on. Zooming out, present participle and gerund of zoom out. Zoomingly, with rapid or sudden motion or growth. Zoomings, plural of zooming. Zoomund, the proverbial place video teleconferences, particularly using the software Zoom, take place. Zoomorph, a figure in ancient art resembling an animal. Zoomorphic, having the shape, form, or likeness of an animal. Zoomorphic, alternative spelling of zoomorphic. Zoomorphically, in a manner that is zoomorphic or involves zoomorphism. Zoomorphize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of zoomorphize. Zoomorphize, simple past and past participle of zoomorphize. Zoomorphizes, third person singular simple present indicative of zoomorphize. Zoomorphizing, present participle and gerund of zoomorphize. Zoomorphism, the representation of gods as animals or the attributing of animal characteristics to gods. Zoomorphism, alternative spelling of zoomorphism. Zoomorphisms, plural of zoomorphism. Zoomorphisms, plural of zoomorphism. Zoomorphize, to endow with animal qualities. Zoomorphize, simple past and past participle of zoomorphize. Zoomorphizes, third person singular simple present indicative of zoomorphize. Zoomorphizing, present participle and gerund of zoomorphize. Zoomorphological, relating to zoomorphology. Zoomorphology, the morphology of animals. Zoomorphose, fashioned into a decorative shape in the form of an animal. Zoomorphoses, plural of zoomorphosis. Zoomorphosis, the formation of a plant structure such as a gall by means of animal activity. Zoomorphous, alternative form of zoomorphic. Zoomorphs, plural of zoomorph. Zoomorphy, the quality of being zoomorphic. Zooray, alternative form of zoom rate. Zoom rating, alternative form of zoom rating. Zoom aids, plural of zoom rate. Notice, third person singular simple present indicative of zoom. Zooms by, third person singular simple present indicative of zoom by. Zooms in, third person singular simple present indicative of zoom in. Zooms in on, third person singular simple present indicative of zoom in on. Zooms at, third person singular simple present indicative of zoom out. Zoomusicological, relating to zoomusicology. Zoomusicologist, one who studies zoomusicology. Zoomusicologists, plural of zoomusicologists. Zoomusicology, a branch of zoosemiotics dealing with the musical aspects of animal sounds. Zoomy, that goes zoom. Zoomystophagus, that feeds on fungi on other animals. Zoomystophagy, the condition of being zoomystophagus. Uniless, dermoid cyst, an animal which is the sole product of a single egg. Darn, alternative spelling of zoon. No, of or pertaining to a zoon. Zooneriferin, a red pigment found in some sponges and in the feathers of flamingos. Zodic, of or pertaining to animals, obtained from animal substances. Zunic acid, an acid produced by distillation of animal substances, later found to be acetic acid with impurities. Zodai, one of the segments of the body of an articulated animal, sometimes regarded as a distinct organism. Zoonite, alternative spelling of zoonite. Zoonites, plural of zoonite. Zarnites, plural of zarnite. Zoonetic, relating to a zoonite. Zoonomia, synonym of zoonomy. Zoonomic, of or pertaining to zoonomy. Zoonomical, of or relating to zoonomy. Zoonomes, one who studies zoonomy. Zoonomes, plural of zoonomus. Zoonomy, a physiology of animals. Zoonomy, alternative spelling of zoonomy. Zoonosis, alternative form of zoonosis. Zoonoses, plural of zoonosis. Zoonoses, plural of zoonosis. Zoonosis, an animal disease such as rabies or anthrax that can be transmitted to humans. Zoonosis, alternative form of zoonosis. Zoonocetic, synonym of zoonotic. Zoonosologist, one who studies zoonosology. Zoonosologists, plural of zoonosologists. Zoonosology, the study of animal disease. Zoonotic, relating to or having a zoonosis. Zoonotically, in a zoonotic way by zoonosis. Zoonotics, plural of zoonotic. Plural of zoon. Dimes, plural of zarn. Udo, azonite. Darnul, alternative spelling of zunul. Udo, plural of zunu. Darnuls, plural of zarnul. Unum, the common name for a species of animal. Unums, plural of zunum. Oh, sound effects suggesting rapid motion. Zupagaceous, of or relating to the Zupagaceae. Zoopaleontology, the subdiscipline of paleontology that deals with animals. Zooparasite. Any organism that is parasitic to an animal. Zooparasites. Plural of zooparasite. Zooparasitic. Being or pertaining to a zooparasite. Zooparasitic. Alternatives. Spelling of zooparasitic. Zoopark. A zoological park. Zooparks. Plural of zoopark. Zoopathic. Relating to or causing zoopathy. Zoopathies. Plural of zoopathy. Zoopathogen. Any material that is pathogenic to animals and man. Zoopathogenic. Pathogenic to animals. Zoopathogens. Plural of zoopathogen. Zoopathological. Of or pertaining to zoopathology. Zoopathologist. One who studies zoopathology. Zoopathologist. Plural of zoopathologists. Zoopathology. Animal pathology. Veterinary pathology. Zoopathology. Alternative form of zoopathology. Zoopy. A delusional condition in which the sufferer believes he/she is infested with animals. Zoopery. Experimentation on animals. Zoophage. An artificial group comprising various carnivorous and insectivorous animals. Zoophaga. Alternative form of zoophaga. Zoophagan. A carnivore. Zoophagans. Plural of zoophagant. Ovid. An organism that consumes animal matter. A carnivore. Ovidress. Plural of zoophagy. Zoophagia. The act of eating living creatures. Zoophagic. Zoovagus. Zoophagess. Synonym of zoophage. Zoophagess. Plural of zoophagous. Zoovagus. Carnivorous. Zoophagus. Alternative spelling of zoophagous. Zoophagy. The feeding on animals. Zoophagy. Alternative form of zoophagy. Zoopharmacognosy. The non-human knowledge and practice of medicine and medicaments. Non-human animals' own knowledge, behaviors, and culture involving their own treatments of their own ailments. Zoopharmacological. Relating to zoopharmacology. Zoopharmacology. The observation of how animals use plants in order to locate possible bioactive compounds of medical value. Zoopharmacy. Veterinary pharmaceutical science. Zoophile. A person sexually attracted to non-human animals. Zoophile. Dated spelling of zoophile. Zoophiles. Plural of zoophile. Zoophiles. Plural of zoophile. Zoophilia. Human sexual attraction toward or sexual interaction with non-human animals. Zoophilia. Dated spelling of zoophilia. Zoophilias. Plural of zoophilia. Zoophilias. Plural of zoophilia. Zoophilic. Liking or preferring animals. Zoophilism. An affection for non-human animals. Zoophilis. A person who is fond of animals. Zoophilis. Alternative spelling of zoophilist. Zoophilists. Plural of zoophilist. Zoophilists. Plural of zoophilist. Zoophili. A person who is fond of animals. Zoophilites. Plural of zoophilite. Zoophilus. Of, pertaining to, or pollinated by means of zoophily, pollinated by animals. Zoophily. pollination by animals. Zoophily, alternative spelling of zoophily. Zoophyte, alternative spelling of zoophyte. Zoophyte, alternative spelling of zoophyte. Zoophytes, plural of zoophyte. Zoophytes, plural of zoophyte. Zoopho, a zoophobic person. Zoophobes, plural of zoophobe. Zoophobia, an unusual fear of animals. Zoophobia, alternative spelling of zoophobia. Zoophobias, plural of zoophobia. Zoophobic, pertaining to or afflicted with zoophobia, the fear of animals. Zoophory, plural of zoophorus. Zoophoric, bearing or supporting the figure of an animal. Zoophorus, alternative spelling of zoophorus. Zoophorus, alternative spelling of zoophorus. Zoophoraces, plural of zoophorus. Zarphorasses, plural of zarphorus. Zoophoras, the frieze of a column, especially one decorated with animals. Zoophilic, misspelling of zoophilic. Zoophysical, relating to zoophysics. Zoophysics, the study of the structure of animal bodies, comparative anatomy. Zoophysiological, relating to zoophysiology. Zoophysiologist, one who studies zoophysiology. Zoophysiologists, plural of zoophysiologists. Zoophysiology, animal physiology. Zoophytal, of or pertaining to the zoophytes. Zoophyte, an animal thought to have the characteristics of a plant, later specifically an invertebrate of the former group Zoophyta, comprising sponges, corals, and sea anemones. Zoophyte, alternative spelling of zoophyte. Zoophytes, plural of zoophyte. Zoophytes, plural of zarphite. Zoophytic, of or relating to the zoophytes. Zarphitic, alternative spelling of zoophytic. Zoophytical, of or pertaining to the zoophytes. Zoophotographer, a specialist in zoophotography. Zoophotographers, plural of zoophotographer. Zoophotography, the scientific description of zoophytes. Zoophotoi, zoophytic. Zoophotop, a zoophyte fossil. Zoophytalis, plural of zoophotolic. Zoophytological, of or pertaining to zoophotology. Zoophytologist, one who studies zoophytology. Zoophytologists, plural of zoophytologists. Zoophytology, the science of zoophytes. Zarphytology, archaic spelling of zoophytology. Zoophytophagus, principally phytophagus, but zoophagous if needs be. Zooplankter, any organism that is a zooplankton. Zooplankters, plural of zooplankter. Zooplanktivore, any organism that consumes zooplankton. Zooplanክtivores, plural of zooplanktivore. Zooplanktivorous, that consumes zooplankton. Zooplanktivory, the condition of being zooplanktivorous. Zooplankton, free-floating small protozoa, crustaceans, such as krill, etc., and the eggs and larvae from larger animals. Zooplankton, alternative spelling of zooplankton. Zooplanktonic, of or pertaining to zooplankton. Zooplankton, plural of zooplankton. Zooplanktons, plural of zooplankton, alternative spelling of zooplanktons. Zooplantifagus, that eats zooplankton. Zooplastic, of, or relating to zooplasty. Zooplasties, plural of zooplasty. Zooplasty, the surgical grafting of tissue from an animal to a human, zoografting. Zoopotentiation, potentiation via transmission from animals. Zoopragmatics, the pragmatics of animal communication. Zoopraxinoscope, a mechanical toy by means of which images of animals are made to go through motions on a screen. Zoopraxinoscopes, plural of zoopraxinoscope. Zoopraxiscope, an instrument developed by Edward Muybridge in the 1870, similar to the phenakistoscope. The instrument involves a disc that includes serial pictures being rotated in front of a light source, projecting them upon a screen to exhibit the natural movements of animals and the like. Zoopraxiscope, alternative spelling of zoopraxiscope. Zoopraxiscopes, plural of zoopraxiscope. Zoopraxiscopes, plural of zoopraxiscope. Zoopraxography, the use of chronophotography to capture animated images of animal locomotion. Zooprophylactic, relating to zooprophylaxis. Zooprophylaxis, the use of animals such as cattle to divert disease-carrying insects such as mosquitoes from humans. Zoopsia, the visual hallucinations of animals. Arpsia, alternative form of zoopsia. Zoopsias, plural of zoopsia. There's a gay. Animal psychiatry. Zoopsychological, of or pertaining to zoopsychology. Czar psychologies, plural of czar psychology. Zoopsychologist, one who studies or practices zoopsychology. Zoopsychologists, plural of zoopsychologists. Zoopsychology, the study of psychology in animals. Czar psychology, alternative spelling of zoopsychology. Zoopte, of or pertaining to zoopsia. Zooregion, a zoogeographic region. Zooregions, plural of zooregion. Zooremediation, bioremediation by the use of animals. Zoorkene, alternative form of zurkene. Zoorkenes, plural of zoorkene. The plural of zoo. Zoosadism, the deriving of sexual pleasure from cruelty to animals. Zoozeus, one who derives sexual pleasure from cruelty to animals. Zoosadistic, exhibiting or relating to zoosadism. Zoosadists, plural of zoosadists. Zoosanitary, pertaining to the cleanliness of animals or animal products. Zoosanitation, the maintenance and verification of the health of animals, especially in terms of quarantine requirements. Zooskabe, relating to zooscopy. Zooscopy, the scientific observation of living animals. Zoosemantic, of or relating to zoosemantics. Zoosemantics, the semantics of animal communication. Zoosemiosis, semiosis in and between animals. Zoosemiotic, of or pertaining to zoosemiotics. Zoosemiotically, in terms of zoosemiotics. Zoosemiotics, the study of animal communication. The metaphorical use of animal names or animal-related terms to denote human qualities, for example chicken, sly fox, mother hen, etc., as epithets for human individuals. Zoosexual, of or pertaining to zoosexuality. Zoosexuality. Zoophilia regarded as a sexual orientation. Zoosexuals, plural of zoosexual. Dysmosis, osmosis in living animal tissue. Zoosociology, animal sociology. Zoosophy, knowledge or learning concerning animals. Zoosperm, spermatozoon sperm cell. Zoospurm, alternative spelling of zoosperm. Zoospermia, the presence of live spermatozoa in the semen. Zoospermic, relating to zoosperm. Zoosperms, plural of zoosperm. Zoospurms, plural of zoospurm. Zoosphere, the animals of the earth, especially as an ecosystem. Zoosphere, alternative spelling of zoosphere. Zoospheres, plural of zoosphere. Zoospheres, plural of zoosphere. Zoosporo, synonym of zoosperus. Zoosporange, zoosporangium. Zoosporangius, plural of zoosporange. Zoosporangia, plural of zoosporangium. Zarsporangia, plural of zarsporangium. Zoosporangia, of or pertaining to zoosporangia. Zoosporangiaphor, a sporangiaphor that has zoosporangia. Zoosporangiaphors, plural of zoosporangiaphor. Zoosporangium, a sporangium or conceptacle containing or producing zoospores. Zoosporangium, alternative spelling of zoosporangium. Zoospore, a motile, asexual spore of some algae and fungi. Zoospore, alternative spelling of zoospore. Zoospores, plural of zoospore. Zoospores, plural of zarspore. Zoosporic, having or pertaining to zoospores. Zoosporicidal, destructive to zoospores. Zoosporiferous, bearing zoospores. Zoosporosis, plural of zoosporosis. Zoosporogenesis, the production of zoospores. Zoospores, relating to zoospores. Zoosporulation, the production of zoospores. Zoosterol, any sterol found in animal tissue. Zoosterols, plural of zoosterol. Zoosyntax, the syntax of animal communication. Zoosystematic, relating to zoosystematics. Zoosystematics, the systematic classification of animals. Alert suit! Alert suit! An outfit featuring a suit with broad shoulders, a long coat, and baggy trousers that taper to a tight fit at the ankles. Alert suits! Plural of zoot suit. Zoot suited, dressed in or wearing a zoot suit. Zoot suitor, someone wearing a zoot suit. Zoot suitors, plural of zoot suitor. Zootaxonomic, relating to zootaxonomy. Zootaxonomist, one who studies zootaxonomy. Zootaxonomist, plural of zootaxonomist. Zootaxonomy, the taxonomy of animals. Zootaxy, the scientific classification of animals. Zootechnic, of or pertaining to zootechny. Zootechnical, of or pertaining to zootechny. Zootechnically, in a zootechnical manner. Zootechnician, one working in the field of zootechnics or animal husbandry. Zootechnicians, plural of zootechnician. Zootechnics, animal husbandry. Zootechnies, plural of zootechny. Zootechnology, zoological technology. Zootechny, the science and technology of animal husbandry. Zooted, simple past and past participle of zoot. Zoter, a type of ball bowled by a leg break bowler, which spins backwards and skids off the pitch with a low bounce. Zooterkens, Wadri. Zooters, plural of zooter. Zoothanasia, the killing of an otherwise healthy animal belonging to a zoo for management reasons. Zoothanize, to kill an animal by zoothanasia. Zoothanized, simple past and past participle of zoothanize. Zoothanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of zoothanize. Zoothanizing, present participle and gerund of zoothanize. Zoodapsis, primasho barrio. Zoothesia, plural of zoothecium. Zoothecium, the outer layer of certain protozoan. Zooism, animal worship, zoolatry. There is one who worships animals. There is of or pertaining to zootheism. There is plural of zoothiet. Zootherapeutic, of or pertaining to zootherapy. Zootherapeutical, alternative form of zootherapeutic. Zootherapeutics, plural of zootherapeutic. Zootherapies, plural of zootherapy. Zootherapist, a specialist in zootherapy. Zootherapists, plural of zootherapists. Zootherapy, the use of living animals for medical treatment or as an adjunct to medical diagnosis. Zoothome, a number of coral polyps on a branch of coral. Sarthome, alternative form of zoothome. Zoothomes, plural of zoothome. Sarthomes, plural of zarthome. Zootic, relating to animals or obtained from animal substances. Thirdic, alternative spelling of zootic. A marijuana joint laced with cocaine. Odies, plural of zooty. Tooting, present participle and gerund of zoot. Odic, a kind of Dutch fish stew. Zootis, plural of zoot. Zootomic, relating to zootomy. Zootomical, pertaining to zootomy, the dissection of animals. Zootomically, in terms of zootomy. Zootomies, plural of zootomy. Zootomus, one who carries out zootomies. Zardomus, alternative form of zootomist. Zootomus, plural of zootomus. Zardomus, plural of zerdomus. Zootomy, the dissection or anatomy of animals. Zerdomy, alternative spelling of zootomy. Zootope, the total habitat available for colonization within any certain ectope or biotope by animal life. Zootopes, plural of zootope. Zootoponym, a toponym that features the name of an animal. Zootoponyms, plural of zootoponym. Zootoxic, of or pertaining to zootoxins. Zootexicological, relating to zootoxicology. Zootoxicology, the study of zootoxins. Zootoxin, a toxin produced by an animal. Zootoxins, plural of zootoxin. Zootrope, alternative form of zootrope. Zootropes, plural of zootrope. Eutrophic, of or pertaining to the nourishment of animals. Zootrophic, alternative form of zootrophic. Zootrophotoxism, food poisoning caused by eating tainted meat. Oats, plural of zoot. Ozer, alternative form of zoot suit. Zootutor, alternative form of zoot suitor. Zootutors, plural of zootutor. Zootix, plural of zootsuit. Zodeep, stylish, flashy, snappy. Zootat, a proposed archetype of the form of all animals based not on a shared body plan but on conserved molecular homologies. Zootax, plural of zootech. Zootedate, relating to zootite. Zooxanthellate, misspelling of zooxanthellate. Zooxanthellate, misspelling of zooxanthellate. Zooxanthella, any of the yellow pigmentary particles or minute corpuscles of yellow coloring matter found in certain radiolarians. Zooxanthellae, plural of zooxanthella. Zooxanthella, relating to or characteristic of zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellin, any of a group of dinoflagellates of the zooxanthellae represented by genus Symbiodinium and its allies symbionts involved in coral. Zooxanthellans, plural of zooxanthellin. Zooxanthellate, of or pertaining to the zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellated, having symbiotic zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellates, plural of zooxanthellate. Zooxanthin, alternative form of zooxanthine. Zooxanthine, a carotenoid pigment of uncertain composition obtained from some feathers. The wood pigeon. Plural of zuzu. A temporary quasi-satellite of the planet Venus. Zoozygospore, a motile zygospore. Zoozygospores, plural of zoozygospore. Initialism of zone of possible agreement. Plural of zopa. A fish of species Balarus sin. A Brahmis balarus native to Eurasia. Plural of zope. Zophore, any member of the Zophoridae. Zophorid, plural of Zophorid. Zobiclone, and then benzodiazepine has been sedative used to treat insomnia. Zopilote, a new world vulture of the family Cathartidae, especially the black vulture Cordyceps atras. Zopilotes, plural of zopilote. Napessa, an old medicinal mixture of pitch and tar scraped from the sides of ships. Zoporestat, an aldose reductase inhibitor. Zopo, alternately with and without syncopation. A member of a particular indigenous people of Mexico. Zaquin, of or pertaining to the Zoc languages. Mux, plural of Zoc. Zoraida, a female given name from Spanish. Zoropteran, any member of the insect order Zoroptera. Zoropterans, plural of Zoropteran. Zora, a female given name. Zora, a large transparent, inflatable ball, inside which a person may be secured and then rolled downhill. Dora, a form of non-ferrous scrap metal consisting mainly of aluminum, especially that which is left behind after an automobile is shredded and the iron and steel is removed. Sorbromycin. Adler Mason humor and Biere. Zor. Simple past and past participle of Zor. Zorer. A person who does zorbring. Zoring. A sport in which a participant is secured inside a zorb and rolled downhill. Zorbonaut. One who zorbs. Zorbonauts. Plural of zorbonaut. Zars. Plural of zor. Zorch. To destroy or ruin, especially by electronic means. Zorch. Intoxicated. Zorches. Third person singular simple present indicative of zorch. Zorching. Present participle and gerund of zorch. Georgi. A composite mineral containing humongite, chlostolite, and other minerals. Zori. A Japanese sandal made from rice straw or lacquered wood, worn with a kimono for formal occasions. Zori. Alternative spelling of Zori. Zori Stalker-Williams syndrome. A rare congenital disorder associated with a range of features such as pectus excavatum, macrocephaly, and dysplastic nails, familial short stature, developmental delay, and distinctive facies. Zorich, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Zorches, plural of Zorch. Zor, any spider in the family Zordi. Zores, plural of Zor. Zoro, alternative spelling of Zoril. Zorilla, alternative spelling of Zoril. Zorillas, plural of Zorilla. Zoril, Ictonix striatus, a small, carnivorous, nocturnal African mammal resembling a skunk. Zorels, plural of Zoril. Zorillo, striped skunk. Zorellos, plural of Zorillo. Zorals, plural of Zoril. Zorino, skunk fur used to make clothing. Zoris, plural of Zori. Zoris, plural of Zori. Zorislav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Zori, a pink silicate mineral. Zork, a text-based adventure game. Zorkane, alternative form of Zerkane. Zorkanes, plural of Zorkane. Zorgian, of or pertaining to the Zork series of early computer games originating in the 1970s, works of interactive fiction set in a sprawling underground labyrinth. Zorkbit, a fictional unit of currency used in various computer games. Zorkmids, plural of Zorkmid. Zorlani, a village and commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Zor, a surname. Zorn's lemma, a proposition of set theory stating that every partially ordered set, in which every chain, i.e. totally ordered subset, has an upper bound, contains at least one maximal element. Zornhau, a powerful, diagonally descending blow. Zornhaus, plural of Zornhau. Zornia, any plant of the genus Zornia. Zornias, plural of Zarnia. Dorster, an ancient Iranian prophet after whom the indigenous Iranian ethnic religion, Zoroastrianism, is named, also venerated in Mithraism. Zoroastriid, any sea star of the family Zoroastriidae. Zoroastrians, plural of Zoroastrian. Zoroastrian, a follower of Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism, Mazdaism, the surviving form of the indigenous pre-Islamic Iranian ethnic religion. Zoroastrianization, the process or result of Zoroastrianizing. Zoroastrianize, to make Zoroastrian. Zoroastrianize, simple past and past participle of Zoroastrianize. Zoroastrianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Zoroastrianize. Zoroastrianizing, present participle and gerund of Zoroastrianize. Zoroastrians, plural of Zoroastrian. Zoroastrian, synonym of Zoroastrian. Zoroastrism, dated form of Zoroastrianism. Zorobabel, alternative form of Zerubbabel. Zorocratic, any spider in the family Zorocratidae. Zorocratid, plural of Zorocratic. Zorth, synonym of Yap. Zoropsid, any spider in the family Zoropsidae. Zoropsids, plural of Zoropsid. Zor, a township in Oxford County, Ontario, Canada. Zorilla, a surname. Zorillas, plural of Zorilla. Zorillo, alternative form of Zorillo striped skunk. Zorillos, plural of Zorillo. Zorro, a fictional character, a daring and mysterious avenger created in 1919 by pulp writer Johnston McCulley. Zoros, plural of Zorro. Zors, the offspring of a male zebra and a female horse. Zorez, plural of Zors. Zortman, a surname from German. Zortmans, plural of Zortman. Zortsiko, alternative form of Zortsiko. Zortsikos, plural of Zortsiko. Zortsiko, a dance rhythm that originated in the Basque Country, with a distinctive 5/8 time signature consisting of 3 subdivisions of 1, 2, and 2 beats. Zortsikos, plural of Zortsiko. Zorubicin, a particular anti-tumor drug. Zori, a city in Silesian Voivodeship, Poland. Zorinsk, a city in Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Thus, the individual human body and mind in the dualistic cultism of Austin Osman Spare. Zohi, alternative spelling of Joshi. Zovi, alternative spelling of Joshi. Zoha, a female given name. Zoma, Delphilinus, a star in the zodiac constellation of Leo. Gossam, a town in Teltow-Fleming district, Brandenburg, Germany. Doster, an ancient Greek waist belt for men. Zoster sign Herpes. Herpes zoster in the absence of a rash. Zosteraceous, of or relating to the Zosteraceae. Zosteriform, resembling herpes zoster. Zosteroid, resembling herpes zoster. Zosterophil, a zosterophilophite. Zosterophilaceous, of or relating to the Zosterophilaceae. Zosterophilophite, any of the extinct class Zosterophilopsida of plants. Zosterophilophytes, plural of Zosterophilophyte. Zosterophils, plural of Zosterophil. Zosteropid, any bird in the family Zosteropidae, a white tie. Zosteropids, plural of Zosteropid. Nosters, plural of Zoster. Dasui, a thin Japanese soup made from pre-cooked rice and dashi or water, seasoned with soy sauce or miso, and cooked with other ingredients such as meat, seafood, mushrooms, and vegetables. Zasup widar, a particular anti-tumor drug. Ove, a transliteration of the Belarusian, Russian, or Ukrainian female given name diminutive za or acute s ya zastya. The acronym of zonula occludens toxin, a secretion of Vibrio cholerae. Isoterolamus, an immunosuppressant, a semisynthetic derivative of rapamycin. Zotbine, an antipsychotic drug used to treat acute and chronic schizophrenia. Zotheka, in ancient Rome, a small living room, as distinguished from a room for sleeping, an alcove. Zotheki, plural of Zotheka. Todos, a surname. Thus, third person singular simple present indicative of Zot. Not it, simple past and past participle of Zot. Dotting, present participle and gerund of Zot. Thus, to murder, knock off. Thus, drunk, smash. Nazis, third person singular simple present indicative of Zots. Dotsal, alternative form of T-Zotsal. Dotsal, alternative form of T-Zotsal. Dotsals, plural of Zotsal. Dotsals, plural of Zotsal. Dotsing, present participle and gerund of Zots. Ho, an indigenous people living along the frontier of India and Burma. Oa, one of a body of soldiers in the French service, originally Kabyle, but now composed of Frenchmen who wear the Kabyle dress. Oa, plural of Zwav. Dalbekite, a gray orthorhombic mineral containing silver, antimony, lead, and sulfur. Daochang, a county-level city of Jining, Shantung, China. Zhaorui, a city in central Mauritania. Albu, a genre of popular music originally from Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Zhaohun, walking marriage. Thou, a style of dance music originating in the French Antilles, combining Latin American, African, and Western disco rhythms, a dance to this music. Taplo, a genre of popular Zouk influenced by reggae fusion, contemporary R&B and other styles, and with a focus on romantic lyrics. Dap-like, similar to or reminiscent of Zouk. Dak, simple past and past participle of Zouk. Zoukify, simple past and past participle of Zoukify. Doukifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Zoukify. Zoukify, to make into Zouk music, or to adapt to a Zouk-like sound. Zoukifying, present participle and gerund of Zoukify. Douking, present participle and gerund of Zouk. Thux, third person singular simple present indicative of Zouk. Thouda, a surname. Downs, expressing anger, surprise, assertion, etc. Zerkane, alternative form of Zerkane. Zerkanes, plural of Zerkane. Arnes, alternative form of Zerna. Zernesses, plural of Zernas. Zoutpinsburg, the northeastern division of the Transvaal, South Africa. Zoe, alternative spelling of Zoe. Zoerzat, Alternative spelling of Zoer swapped, bad-tempered. Zoer swapped, synonym of bad-tempered. Though, an indication of astonishment or admiration. Those, plural of zo. Zoxamide, a particular fungicide. Soxazolamine, a muscle relaxant and uricogenic drug. Oh yeah, any of a genus zoja of creeping perennial grasses of southern Asia and New Zealand having fine wiry leaves and including some suitable for lawn grasses, especially in warm regions. Zoysiagras is Zoysiagras is plural of Zoysiagras. Ah yes, plural of Zoysia. Zuisha, plural of Zoisium. Zoiil, obsolete form of Zoisio. Theresem, alternative form of Zoisium. Didi, initialism of Zona pellucida. J, zero population growth, a condition of demographic balance where population remains constant over time. Didi, plural of CP. Right, initialism of Zanzibar Revenue Authority. The rake, a surname. Zerezi, a meat roulette dish popular in Eastern Europe. Zirenislav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Zirenko, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Zirenislav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Zrinski Topolovac, a municipality of Croatia. Zeremania, a river in southern Lika and northern Dalmatia, Croatia. Derupoi, a generalization of a De Morgan algebra that defines a Boolean algebra using only implication and a constant. Derupoids, plural of Zerupoi. The initialism of Zimbabwe Republic Police. Yes, plural of Z. Hilda, a female given name from Hungarian. That's a diminutive of the female given name Susanna, variant of Zaza. ASL, initialism of zero-shot learning. The Armed Forces of Ukraine. Elzana, a female given name from Hungarian, equivalent to English Susanna. ZDL, English rendering of a Hebrew posthumous honorific usually applied to deceased rabbis or other holy figures. The initialism of zero trust architecture. The plural of ZTA. ZDZL, alternative form of CTL. A lesser divinity of Akkadian mythology, and the son of the bird goddess Ceres. Zu al-Haja, alternative form of Dhu al-Haja. Zu al-Qada, alternative form of Dhu al-Qada. Zal-Haja, alternative form of Dhu al-Haja. Zul-Qada, alternative form of Dhu al-Qada. Zu infinitive, a German infinitive form created by adding or infixing the particle zu and used in subordinate clauses. Zu infinitives, plural of zu infinitive. Zuera, alternative form of zu. Libya. That, a surname from the Slavic languages. Zubair, a surname from Arabic. Zubair, a phantom city in northern Canada on old maps. Zubers, plural of Zubair. Zubairvich, a transliteration of the Belarusian surname Zauba'a Era Akutva Cyrillic letter 456 Chao Zubarevich. Zubatashayan, the creation of police-run trade unions in an attempt to compromise the labor movement. Zubin al-Janubi, a binary star in the constellation Libra, Alpha Alpha Libri. Zubin ash-Shamali, the brightest star in the constellation Libra, Beta Beta Libri. Duber, a surname from German. Juberon, synonym of Soliton Basque dialect. Dube, a surname. Zobias, plural of Zubia. Ube, a surname. Ibates, plural of Zubiate. Zablianes, a surname. Dubov, a surname from Russian. Zubovian, of or relating to Shoshana Zuboff, born 1951, American philosopher and academic. Zubas, plural of Zuboff. Daughter, one of several species of European bison or aurochs, which were unclearly delineated in the 1800s when the sense was in use. Debron, a hybrid between domestic cattle and Wisent. Zebroni, plural of Zebron. Zebrons, plural of Zebron. Zebrauka, a dry straw-colored liqueur of vodka flavored with herbs, originally from Poland. Zebrauka, alternative spelling of Zebrauka. Zebraukes, plural of Zebrauka. That is plural of Zebr. Dubitary, a chimerite in which the attacker buries his head in the opponent's chest, locks his arm, and spins him down using the head as fulcrum. Zukapsaicin, a drug used to treat osteoarthritis. The alternative spelling of Mark Zuckerberg. Zuccherino, a surname from Italian. Zuccarinos, plural of Zuccherino. Zucchero, a surname. Zuccheros, plural of Zucchero. Zux, simple past and past participle of Zuck. Zuccata, a tromboncini, a kind of squash. Zuccatas, plural of Zuccata. Zucchetto, a small skullcap worn by Roman Catholic clergy. The Pope's is white, a cardinal's red, a bishop's purple, and a priest's black. Anglican clergy, and Syriac or Malankara Orthodox clergy. Zucchettos, plural of Zucchetto. Zucchia, alternative form of zucchini. Zucchine, plural of zucchina. Zucchini, a courgette, a variety of squash Cucurbita pepo, which bears edible fruit. Zucchino-like, resembling or characteristic of a zucchini. Zucchinas, plural of zucchini. Zucchino, alternative form of zucchini. Zuxer, present participle and gerund of zuck. Ducko, a surname. Duckos, plural of zucco. Vux, third person singular simple present indicative of zuck. Dutch, a stump of a tree. Duchess, plural of zuch. Zucchetta, alternative form of zucchetta kind of squash. Zucchettas, plural of zucchetta. Zucchetto, misspelling of zucchetto. Zucchettos, plural of zucchetto. Zucchini, misspelling of zucchini. Dachshund, a breed of dog, a cross between a Bichon and a Shih Tzu. Dachshunds, plural of Dachshund. Dachowski, a surname from Polish. Dachowskis, plural of Zachowski. Mark Zuckerberg, born 1984, founder of the social network Facebook. Zucker, a surname from German. Zuckerberg, an Ashkenazic Jewish surname from German. Zuckerberg, simple past and past participle of Zuckerberg. Zuckerbergen, of or relating to Mark Zuckerberg, born 1984, founder of the social network Facebook. Zuckerbergen, present participle and gerund of Zuckerberg. Zuckerbergs, third person singular simple present indicative of Zuckerberg. Zuckerbucks, political grants or donations linked to Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. Zuckergusselberg, hyalosrositis, frosted liver. Zuckerman, a surname from German. Zuckerman, alternative form of Zuckerman, a surname from German. Zuckers, plural of Zucker. Zuclomyphene, the more active isomer of clomiphene, which binds to estrogen receptors and stays bound for long periods of time, preventing normal receptor recycling and causing an effective reduction in hypothalamic estrogen receptor number. Suclopenthic-sol, a typical antipsychotic neuroleptic drug of the thioxanthine group. Suclopenthic-sol, alternative form of suclopenthic-sol. Zukak, a surname from Polish. Dud, alternative form of Dzud. Dut, plural of Zud. The whale, a surname. Deweyelks, plural of Zweyelk. The Weyacher, a surname. The Weyachers, plural of Zweyacher. Dufall, a surname from German. Dufalls, plural of Zufall. Dufelt, a surname. Zufelts, plural of Zufelt. Dafali, plural of Zophalo. Duffalo, alternative spelling of Zufalo. Huffalos, plural of Zophalo. Dufali, plural of Zufalo. Zufalo, a lil flute or flageolet, especially that which is used to teach birds. Zufalos, plural of Zufalo. A canton of Switzerland. Andedi, a city, the regional capital of Sangrilo-Zimo-Saneti, Georgia. Suchenstein, a mineral comprising mostly cerium and oxygen. Zugspitze, the highest mountain of Germany, located in the Alps on the border between Bavaria and Tyrol, Austria. Tugenru, anxious behavior in migratory animals, especially in birds, experience at the beginning of the normal migration period. Zugzwang, a situation in which a player is forced to make a disadvantageous move. Zugzwangs, plural of Zugzwang. Zugzwangs, plural of Zugzwang. Oh, a surname from German. Those, plural of Zulk. Hur, alternative form of Die Hur. There's a city in Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Acronym of Zooming User Interface. Zuiquan, alternative spelling of Zuiquan. Zuiquan, drunken fist, drunken boxing. A resort in Suriname. Zoidna, a surname. Zoidnes, plural of Zuidma. Zuiderzee, a common English spelling of Dutch Zuiderzee, before it became the IJS Salmeer. Uitvlaas, a municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Uithitsu, a Japanese literature genre consisting of loosely connected essays and fragmented ideas. Zwinglian, archaic form of Zwinglian. Zwinglianism, archaic form of Zwinglianism. Zwinglians, plural of Zwinglian. Zwingles, Alwich Zwingli. Plural of ZUI. Who is that? The American Widgeon. Who is Sems? Plural of Zuisin. Swism, Sumerian and Semitic neopaganism, modern revival of the Mesopotamian and Canaanite religions. Uris, relating to Swaism. Uritsut, alternative spelling of Zootsuit. Uritsut, plural of Zuitsut. A surname from Polish. Zucchini, Duver, a surname, variant of Zucker. Zuckerberg, a surname from German. Zuckerman, a surname from German. Zuckerman, a surname from German. Dux, plural of Zoo. Duver, a surname. Duders, plural of. Zuper. Zukowski, a surname from Polish. Zukowskis, plural of Zukowski. Vex, plural of Zuk. Zukdemrur, an iron phosphide mineral found around the Dead Sea. Illof, a surname from German. Illofs, plural of Zeolof. Owe, alternative form of jailby. Tulbia, alternative form of Zalabia. Zoa, one of the three stylized pillars often considered chess rooks in the canting arms of Frederick Nassau de Zylestein. Zolliger, a surname from German. Zolligers, plural of Zuliger. Zoleka, alternative form of Zoleka. Zoleka, a female given name from Arabic. Zoleka, alternative form of Zoleka. Zeus, plural of Zeul. Zoleta, a surname. Zelides, plural of Zeolida. Solgojensa, a Chadic language of northern Cameroon, spoken by about 26,000 people. Zolaja, alternative form of Dhu Alhaja. Zulkan, alternative form of Dhu Al-Qada month of Islamic calendar. Dullah, a surname from Italian. Dullas, plural of Zala. Though, sin, wrongdoing, injustice. Zulkarnain, alternative spelling of Dhul-Qarnain. Zultanite, a gemstone that shifts from varying shades of green in sunlight to a pinkish brown in incandescent light. Oh, a member of an African ethnic group living mainly in the KwaZulu-Natal province in eastern South Africa. Zulu time, alternative letter case form of Zulu time. Zulu time, coordinated universal time. Zuluaga, a surname. Zuluagas, plural of Zuluaga. Zuludum, the realm or sphere of Zulu people. Zolda, a surname from Bath. Zoludus, plural of Zoluda. Zoluize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of Zoluize. Zoluize, simple past and past participle of Zoluize. Zoluizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Zoluize. Zoluizing, present participle and gerund of zoluize. Zoluize, to make Zulu, to adapt to the Zulu culture or language. Zoluize, simple past and past participle of zoluize. Zoluizes, third person singular simple present indicative of zoluize. Zoluizing, present participle and gerund of zoluize. Zululand, a region of South Africa with a large Zulu population. Zululand zebra, synonym of Birchall's zebra. Zululand zebras, plural of Zululand zebra. Zolulander, a native or inhabitant of Zululand. Zolulanders, plural of Zolulander. Zolunes, the quality or state of being Zulu. Zulus, plural of Zulu. Namak, alternative form of sumact. Zuma, a surname. Zumaraga, a municipality of Samar, Philippines. Lemas, plural of Zuma. Zumac, alternative form of sumact. Zumatic, a kind of cicative powder. Zume, a moribund Chadic language spoken in Cameroon. Dumba, a fitness program that combines Latin and international music with dance. Jumbarak, a municipality of Croatia. Tambay, the famous leader of the Quilombo das Palmeiras, located in Brazil, South America. Sampai Day, November 20. The day of Zambai's celebration, usually only celebrated in Rio de Janeiro. Zambes, plural of Zambai. Zamborak, dated form of Zamburak. Zambaraks, plural of Zamborak. Zamborak, alternative spelling of Zamburak. Zamboraks, plural of Zamborak. Zumbro, a river in Minnesota, United States, a tributary of the Mississippi River. Zumindar, alternative form of Zamindar. Zumindars, plural of Zumindar. Dama, alternative form of sumact. Daba, alternative form of sumact. Dumbo, a surname from Italian. Dumbos, plural of Zummo. Dum, alternative form of sumact. Zoomology, dated form of zymology. Dumrunner, a surname. Dumwalt, a surname. Dumwaltz, plural of Zumwalt. Dum, pronunciation spelling of sun. Damana, the women's quarters in an Arab household, harem. Dananas, plural of Zanana. Zandavasta, obsolete form of Zandavasta. Dundal, a surname. Dundals, plural of Zundal. Dundert, a village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Zungaria, alternative form of Dzungaria. Thumharia, alternative form of Dzungaria. Thumharian, alternative form of Dzungarian. Zunharians, plural of Zunharian. Thodi, of or pertaining to the Zuni people or their traditional language. Zuni, alternative spelling of Zuni. Zuni bluehead sucker, Catastomus discobolus gerovii, a North American fish with a slender fusiform body and subterminal mouth. Zuni bluehead suckers, plural of Zuni bluehead sucker. Zuni Bowl, a structure used to stabilize a hencat by means of rock-climbed falls and plunge pools. Zuni Bowls, plural of Zuni Bowl. Zuni Pueblo, a census-designated place in McKinley County, New Mexico, United States. Zuni River, a right tributary of the Little Colorado in Arizona and New Mexico, United States. Zuni River, alternative spelling of Zuni River. Zernian, synonym of Zuni. Zernians, plural of Zunian. Zernia, a surname from Spanish in turn from Basque. Zernenas, plural of Zuniga. Odis, plural of Zuni. Zernies, plural of Zuni. Zunker, a surname. Zumders, plural of Zunker. Zudao, a surname. Zunos, plural of Zuno. Un, plural of Zun. A prefecture-level city of Guizhou, China. A fluorosilicate mineral of alumina occurring in tetrahedral crystals, chemical formula Al-C5OOHFCl. Zunzancido, Melasuba heleni. The bee hummingbird. Zunzancidos, plural of Zunzancido. Duo, a surname. Zuachen, a district of Tainan, Taiwan, formerly a rural township. Zuaquan, a county of Xinjiang, Shaanxi, China. Duos, plural of Zuo. Daing, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Dayan, a county of Dadong, Shaanxi, China. Zhuachen, alternative form of Zuachen. Oh, alternative form of sup. What's up? How are you? Over, an administrative unit among various South Slavic peoples. Yuba Dubrovačka, a municipality of Dubrovnik, Neretva, Croatia. Zupan, a surname. Zupanate, the territory administered by a Zupan. Zupanates, plural of Zupanate. Zupancic, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Zupancics, plural of Zupancic. Zupanja, a city in Croatia. Zupans, plural of Zupan. Zubas, plural of Zuba. Zube, a surname. Daba, any of various Italian soups. Daba Toscana, a broad term for several Tuscan soups usually consisting of Italian sausage, rigatino Italian bacon, kale, potatoes, onion, and other spices in broth, sometimes mixed with heavy cream. Nada, plural of Zappa. Plural of Zappa. Zappinger, a surname. Zappinger wheel, a kind of undershot water wheel with characteristic curved blades. Zappinger wheels, plural of Zappinger wheel. Zuranolone, a neurosteroid used to treat postpartum depression. Ziravel, a surname. Zurowski, a surname. Zurowskis, plural of Zurowski. Zurich, a surname from Arabic. Zerbian, a Yemeni rice dish with meat, usually chicken or lamb, vegetable sauce, and spices. Zerbachen, a surname from German in turn from Alemannic German. Gercher, a surname. Zerchers, plural of Zercher. Gurek, a surname from Arabic. a surname. There's plural of Zur. Third, alternative form of Zarf. Earths, plural of Zerv. Very, a unisex given name from Swahili of modern African American usage. Zur, the capital city of Zurich Canton, Switzerland, on Lake Zurich. Zurich, alternative form of Zurich Canton of Switzerland. Zurich number, synonym of wolf number of sunspots. Zurich numbers, plural of Zurich number. Zuricher, a native or inhabitant of Zurich. Zuricher, alternative form of Zuricher. Zurichers, plural of Zuricher. Zurichers, plural of Zuricher. Zurita, a surname. Zuritas, plural of Zurita. Zurkane, a traditional Iranian gymnasium where Varzashi Bastani, the ancient sports, is practiced. Zurkanes, plural of Zurkane. Dara, alternative form of Zerna. Das, plural of Zerla. Derlite, a white or green Vesuvian mineral. Derla, alternative form of Zerna. Armas, plural of Zerma. Der, a surname. Derna, a double reed outdoor wind instrument, usually accompanied by a davul bass drum in Anatolian folk music. Darnas, plural of Zerna. Dias, plural of Zern. Zura, a town in Dabao, Bays, Guangxi, China. Zuracapo, a Spanish drink similar to sangria of red wine and fruit. Zuracapotes, plural of Zuracapot. Zervanism, a now extinct branch of Zoroastrianism that had the divinity Zervan as its primordial creator deity. Zervanite, a follower of Zervanism. Zervanites, plural of Zervanite. Lily, a city in Kitagawa Prefecture, Japan. The Auspice disease, a rare recurrent condition characterized by draining abscesses around the nipple. Zuskatkins disease, synonym of Zuska's disease. Zosmanite, a hydrated iron-rich silicate found as a pale green crystal with perfect cleavage. Zusmanites, plural of Zusmanite. Liutara, the ship of characters Zuko and Katara from the animated television series Avatar, The Last Airbender. Delo, a traditional rice wine brewed in Nagaland, a thick white beverage with a fruity aroma and sour taste. Datsun, a city in Gelderland, Netherlands. Zutugel, obsolete form of Tzutugel. Zutugels, plural of Zutugel. Dufahel, obsolete form of Tzutugel. Zutuhels, plural of Zutu. Zunkara, a city in Mongolia. Unmon, a city in Terv, Mongolia. Duoval, a region of Cape Colony corresponding to modern-day Albany, South Africa. Duoval, alternative form of Zuavel. Juar, a city, the capital of Nukat Al-Khams district, northwest Libya. But an ancient Hebrew silver coin, 1/4 of a shekel. The alternative form of Zuz ancient Hebrew coin. There is plural of Zuza. There is plural of Zuz. Zuza, a tribe who lived in Ham, a land east of the Jordan River between Bashan and Moab, and were conquered by an invading coalition of kings. Duzite, a member of the Zuzite people. Duzites, plural of Zuzite. Udad, plural of Zaz. Theoanets, an agro town in Rahacha Rain, Gomel Oblast, Belarus. Deyueno, a small grassroots work group within Soviet collective farms. Deyuenos, plural of Zivino. Deyuvenia, plural of Zivino. Ziveni Rodka, a city and rayon of Cherkasy Oblast, Ukraine. Deyvarena, a surname from Czech. Deyaveta, village in Targovist province, Bulgaria. Zvezdigrad, synonym of Baikonur. Deyvihal, a city and rayon of Zhytomyr Oblast, Ukraine. Zvishavane, a town in the province of Midlands, Zimbabwe. Zivonomir, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Zvorstia, a commune of Suceava County, Romania. Zvijanite, a colorless mineral found in Russia. Zvijanzivite, a white opaque metallic mineral with the chemical formula PDPT-OPBSN. CW system, a system for characterizing the sex of certain animals, such as butterflies and Komodo dragons, in which males have two of the same kind of sex cells EZ and females have two distinct sex cells CW. Zwanziger, an Austrian silver coin equivalent to 20 kreutzers. Zwanziger, plural of Zwanziger. Door, a surname. De Wortbulls, a sheep of a domestic breed originating in the Friesland region of the Netherlands, having mostly dark fleece with white extremities and a white blaze on the face. De Wort Piet, Black Peter. De Wort Waterland, a municipality of Overijssel, Netherlands. De Orts, plural of Zwart. De Wastica, a Z letter used by Russian nationalists, usually to support Vladimir Putin or the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Wastikas, plural of Wastika. Recreational, pursued after evaluating its consequences and consideration of the various means to achieve it. Recreationality, technical rationality, rationality in accordance with organizational demands instead of moral demands. Recreationality, quality of beings recreational. Zwebing, the Webians, plural of Swebin. The Weifach, a surname from German. The Weifachs, plural of Zweifach. Zwejalt, a red wine grape of a variety developed and mostly grown in Austria. Zwejalts, plural of Zwejalt. Zweijern, of or relating to Austrian writer Stefan Zweig, 1881-1942. Zweihänder, alternative form of Zweihänder. Zweihänder, a two-handed sword primarily of Renaissance Germany, up to a fathom in length, invented in the 14th century. Zweihanders, plural of Zweihander. Zweihanders, plural of Zweihander. Zweikenter, a type of pebble that has two curved faces formed by wind-blown sand. Zweikenters, plural of Zweikenter. Zweluschinen, a hamlet in Gundlischland, Bern Canton, Switzerland. Zweisimmen, a municipality in Bern Canton, Switzerland. The Wurspitz, synonym of Pomeranian dog breed. The Wurspitzy, plural of Zwergspitz. The Zwergspitz is plural of Zwergspitz. The Weddell, a town in Austria. Tui, a surname. Tuika, a town and rural district of Saxony, Germany. De Wigger, a surname. De Wiggers, plural of Zwicker. Doix, plural of Zwick. Doi, a township in the Eastern Cape, South Africa. Duipak, a form of rusk, usually sweet and bread enriched with eggs that is baked and then sliced and toasted until dry and crisp, considered easy to digest, and therefore given to the ill and used as a teething food for toddlers. Zwiebaks, plural of Zwiebak. Zwiebelang, any of a series of 1-3 diacetyl compounds obtainable from the onion. Zwiebelans, plural of Zwiebelane. Zwieselite, a brown to black mineral containing manganese, iron, phosphorus, oxygen, and fluorine. Dwijndrecht, a municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Dwelling, a surname from German. Dwellings, plural of Zwilling. Zwinger, a citadel or fortress, especially one that protects a city. Swingers, plural of Swinger. Swingo, a city in Iowa, United States. Zwingli, a surname from German in turn from Alemannic German, notably borne by Ulrich Zwingli, a leader of the Reformation in Switzerland. Zwinglian, relating or referring to Zwingli, his beliefs, or his followers and adherents. Zwinglianism, Zwinglian theology. Zwinglianist, synonym of Zwinglian. Zwinglianists, plural of Zwinglianists. Zwinglians, plural of Zwinglian. Zwischenschatz, a Zwischenzug, that is a check. Zwischenschatz, plural of Zwischenschatz. Zwischenzug, a tactical move which interrupts the execution of the current plan. Zwischenzugs, plural of Zwischenzug. The Detergent, Zwiterianic detergent. The Detergents, plural of Zwittergent. A molecule such as an amino acid that carries both a positive and a negative charge. Deuterianic, or pertaining to a Zwitterian. Zwitterianization, alternative form of Zwitterianization. Zwitterianization, the process of creating a Zwitterian. Zwitterianer.